Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday. It's been a hell of a week.
Yeah. You've
Yeah.
had all kinds of issues, and I've had all kinds of issues. It's just been a roller coaster, people. Like, I'm so sorry for the delay. Totally my fault. Yeah, I have to get my act together. But thank you so much for joining us, everyone. How are you doing, Emps?
So pluses and minuses,
Hmm.
as some people may be aware, my car exploded again, and that's causing a lot of problems. But I did manage to make it to Ithacon, a Comic Con in a town nearby today with the kids, and I found this adorable little terrarium. I love it so very much. It's
Oh, that's
I don't know if you can
awesome.
see, but it's got tiny little mushrooms in there.
Oh, one of my subs, Jess, does miniatures, and they're so amazing. That's what it reminds me of, like just little models of sort of mushroom sort of stuff, and it looks amazing, like absolutely amazing. I love it when they share that stuff with me. What
I
was the
know.
con? What did you go as? It was a Comic Con, was it? In Ithaca, I presume.
Yes, yes, it was.
Okay,
Shoot, I've got the pictures on my phone, but I did send one to the community chat here on YouTube, and I put one on my Facebook, so I can probably find that relatively quickly. Maybe,
nice.
maybe, maybe. Okay, share this tab, and yeah, there we go. My
Oh,
youngest did the
nice.
photography for me. Yeah, I
Oh,
enjoyed that.
cool.
It wasn't the code I wanted. The code I wanted,
Mhm.
it was available with 2-day shipping until I hit the purchase button, and then it changed to can be there on Sunday. And I'm like, that won't do because we were going today on
Yeah,
well, Saturday
yeah,
for me. It's Sunday for Mark
yeah.
already. So, it's but yeah, it was a great time. Overall, I got the stresses off my mind. I got to do a bunch of nerdy stuff. We went to a panel about horror movies from the 1920s through today,
Mhm.
and found the terrarium thing. I got a bunch of compliments, which is really really nice. It's a new thing
Mhm.
for me. The people going, "Your outfit is spectacular," and people stopping you because they want a photo, and I'm like, "This is amazing."
That's wonderful, and I don't know. I rarely get compliments, and once I was wearing a shirt with I have like one of my favorite shirts is one with a D20 on it, and it has a one, and it says "Party Killer" and ornate writing down the bottom, kind of thing. And
Oh
someone
my.
came up to me, and I'm like, "What does this person like, stranger? What does this person want?" These are just like at the shops, and they're like, "I love your shirt," and I'm like, "Okay, that was unexpected," and I feel a little frightened, but thank you, I guess. I don't know. I don't react well to random people approaching me. I suppose that's kind of weird, I guess. But yeah, yeah, nice compliment. The unexpected compliments are absolutely nice. Yes, I agree. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, well, so I did a talk for Recovering from Religion a while ago. I
Mhm.
don't know if they've posted it yet. I hadn't seen it, but I haven't checked in a couple of weeks because I've been very, very busy with trying to produce content here and for the transpositions. Um, I haven't had a chance to go look, but during that talk, I mentioned the compliments thing because I used to be very uncomfortable with compliments. And
Right.
now I kind of like them, and I figured out why. It was because when people complimented me before, it was like, if somebody said, "Hey, you've got a lovely wool sweater," that makes you a fantastic cotton plant. Or not a wool sweater, a cotton sweater. It makes you a good cotton plant. I've
Okay.
walked a lot
Yeah.
today. I'm tired. Um, it's like thanks, but that I'm not actually a cotton plant, so it doesn't
Mm.
really connect.
Right. Right.
So it felt like people
Now,
weren't
yeah.
complimenting actual me. And so it just didn't
Hmm.
register. It made me uncomfortable. But now it's like they're talking to actual me, and it's very nice. It's very nice.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's really wonderful. Um, you have given out Emberships as well. So Ember has gifted out 5 Emberships, and it has
Yes.
hit Beamsy. Art Jer, Native Atheist, Peter Guns, and Hecklick. And what a lineup to hit. There you go.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Everybody enjoy the custom emojis and whatever other perks come with those. I don't know because as we've mentioned a couple of times, every month YouTube gives creators above a certain point a certain amount of gift
Mm,
memberships to give away. At my level, it happens to be 10 a month in groups of 5. I know bigger channels get more, but I don't know all the details and at what rate, whatever. So I
mm.
try to make sure to give them out over the course of the month, and this seemed like a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. I have to remember about them, and I think I usually try to do them as soon as they come out, so I don't forget about them, kind of thing. I'm like, come on, brain, don't forget about these things. They give it to us, might as well use them. But we're all human. We're all human. It's
Yeah, for
fine. It's
sure.
fine.
And like I'm constantly telling the kids, just because you can do something doesn't mean you have to. The opportunity's open, but it's not an
It's true.
obligation. Yeah.
Yeah, there's that FOMO, isn't it? The fear of
Mm-hmm.
missing out, right? The fear that you're going to miss the opportunity to do stuff. I think I've got to be less, sort of um less worried about that kind of thing. Because really people do like it's sort of companies take advantage of it. Oh, if you don't get this sale, it's gonna, you're gonna miss it kind of thing. So
Mm-hmm.
what? So
I've got
what
a
you
bunch
miss
of
it?
those
It
in
doesn't matter.
my inbox right now. Buy our
Yeah.
foundation today and get a free gift. We won't tell you what it is. I'm like, well, then I'm not missing out on anything because I don't know what it is.
No.
Like you're charging $50 for a foundation. I need a lot more income before that's a possibility.
Right, right.
I got cars to fix and things. And speaking of which, if you want to support this channel or possibly just help me fix my damn car yet again, um, there's options. There's memberships, there's super chats, there's super thanks on the pre-recorded stuff, and there's Patreon. All the links and other possibilities are in the description. There's a Ko-Fi and probably other things. Also, there's a Discord. That doesn't help with financial support, but if you want to join the Discord, that's where cool kids hang out. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey, I got the
absolutely. I'm
plugs
in
in.
there.
Oh, and like and subscribe, especially if you're new, because we do. I generally do better stuff than this. We're kind of a little rambly right now, but it's
Yes.
it
Yeah.
again. It's been a rough time for everybody, I think.
But we're definitely eager to get into the review and continue on part two of this review, because the first part was kind of it wasn't weird. It was just I mean, Dillahunty was cool, calm, collected as usual, but it was just weird from the theist side. It was all kinds of um solipsism and quantum states, and like, why is a god so damn hard to get evidence for? That's what I want to know.
I
Why?
know. Oh, actually,
Yeah.
our channel's resident theist, James, he left a comment on one of my older videos, about a famous quote that he likes, and I'm bad with quotes, so I can't quote it verbatim, but it was, to paraphrase, um, taking a sip out of the glass of knowledge. The first sip makes you an atheist, but God is waiting for you at the bottom of the glass. And I was like, oh, that's where he's been hiding all this time.
Oh, we all thought he was in heaven and beyond space and time. All this time he's been at the bottom of a glass. Well,
Mm-hmm. And
what the hell?
probably drunk.
I would imagine so. Does
I mean, look
knowledge
at the
get you
damn
drunk?
platypus.
Can you be drunk on can you be drunk on knowledge? I think you can. I think you can
Yeah.
absolutely be drunk on knowledge.
Yeah. So for anybody joining us for the first time, hello new people, and hello future people who are watching later. This is a part
Mm,
two. Mark and I
yes.
alternate between last week we were over on Mark's channel where we did part one of this
Mhm.
debate. This is Matt Dillahunty versus Inspiring Philosophy, and Michael, Inspiring Philosophy. He opened with arguments in favor of God that are basically quantum shenanigans, therefore God. He went into a lot more detail, and it was a wicked fun process of all the quantum stuff he brought out, the science details. He misunderstood everything, and we dunked on him hard, and it was fantastic. So if you haven't
Yeah,
seen it,
yeah.
the link for that is in the description too. But for today, I think we just finished opening statements.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
And so it's going to go into rebuttals, which I love. I love when sort of debates have rebuttals, because when it's just opening statements and it goes into I find open discussions a little less focused kind of thing. It can wander around, and so I love when they have rebuttals then discussion, because the rebuttals can really get some refutations of what somebody opens with. So I really do like it.
Yeah, yeah. I like a stronger format myself. Now, partly because I'm so prone to tangents. So in open discussion, I'm it's not that I'm super easy to red herring. It's just I can be like led around the rose bush as long as we're near the rose bush, and I can see it.
Hmm.
Then we can go around in circles and never actually talk about the damn rose bush, and more structure helps, I think. So yeah. All right. So
Yeah.
I think we've got all the preliminaries out of the way. And hello to you folks in the chat. I see a bunch of people. I don't want to rattle everybody off because that would take a minute, but it's lovely to see you all. And having
Yeah.
having people here is why we do this live, because we love interacting with you guys.
Absolutely. Love that you're here. Love chatting with you. And yeah, this is actually one probably my favorite segment of mine and your channel, of course. Nothing to do with me appearing on it, of course. But just us going through the debate is just so much fun. So I'm glad you could join us.
Yeah. All right. Now let's see. I think I'm not. We'll see. We'll see. This might be Matt finishing up it because I recorded the time we left off on last time, and this is where it was.
Okay,
Matt may be finishing up, or he may be about to start. We'll see how it goes.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Good about
Thanks for that, Matt. I appreciate a lot of what you said. In fact, there's a lot there I agreed with. A lot of what you said seems to be talking about possibility of being wrong, possibility of finding better explanations in the future, and I completely agree with that. I agree with a lot of the things that you said there. The problem is that possibility is not probability. One of us is talking about possibility, the other is talking about probability. And then you said you don't know, if we can get to that sort of threshold. Correct me if I'm not representing your words correct. I apologize because you said a lot there. I'm just trying to keep up. Some of the things you did talk about, you talked about appealing to a bigger mystery here. I want to respond to that with a quote by Peter Lipton. He says, explanations need not themselves be understood. A drought may explain a poor crop, even if we don't understand why there was a drought. I understand why you didn't come to the party if you explain you had a bad headache, even if I have no idea why you had a headache.
Right, but that's not the same thing. Like, it's
Right,
not answering a mystery with a bigger mystery. Like, why did the crop fail? That could be a mystery. Maybe a drought, you could say it's a bigger event because it affects like a region or a whole climate, but it's
right.
not a
Yeah,
mystery. It's a thing
right.
that's known.
Yeah, we understand why droughts occur, and it's. I want to see him bridge this gap of probability as well. Like why, like how did he get to the probabilities of God? Because usually when people say probabilities, they're really meaning my intuition says it. So they're rarely going into actual statistical data analysis unless they're doing something like a Bayesian analysis where they're doing a whole bunch of priors and that, sort of so if you assume all these things, then it's more probable this. Yeah, but you're right. Like, when you say, "Oh, I've got a headache," that's not a mystery. That's we
Mhm.
understand that people get headaches. That isn't, I've experienced headaches. Matt's experienced headaches. Everybody's experienced headaches. That's not a mystery.
Yeah. So, I mean, I love the look on James' face here because he's like, am I silly or does this not actually answer anything? I don't know. I don't want to put words in James's mouth,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I love
I
that
don't know
expression.
about that.
Big Bang explains background radiation, even if the Big Bang is inexplicable, and so on. His point is, we just can't say that we shouldn't posit explanations just because they bring more mystery. I mean, that's what quantum mechanics did. We thought we were almost there with Newtonian physics, and then Max Planck found all these really interesting anomalies, and we got more mystery. Charles Darwin did that. He brought us evolution. Now we have to explain all these transitional part areas and whatnot. That's just the way science moves forward. That's the way philosophy moves forward. That's the way every discipline moves forward. So I don't understand why that would actually be a real objection into there. And yeah, I agree. There's a lot of subjectivity that goes into a lot of
I can't agree. science is a mechanism for generating answers to questions. It's not shrug and go, it's a mystery, maybe it's God, you know? That's sort of the
And
opposite of science.
And I think he's kind of misrepresenting the Big Bang, because that isn't really the origin of the universe. That's sort of working out the rapid expansion of the universe. And they've got some pretty amazing models about it. And yeah, you know, I totally get that it's not completely known, but it's not like these models that we're coming up with aren't bigger mysteries. They're just putting models in place that we can understand. I'm not sure, you know, I think that sort of there's a difference between positing a God who you can never know anything about, right? Like, it is like, give up on understanding a God. You'll never be able to do it, basically. And you know, saying, hey, we have a model of the universe at the early expansion point kind of thing. I think there's a big difference between that.
Hmm.
I get what he's trying to say, and plus, you know, things are not um the scope of these claims are not analogous to one another. Like, if you're saying, hey, why
Mhm.
didn't you attend a party, that's not very significant. If somebody makes something up and goes, oh well, I had a headache, just as an excuse or whatever, I don't really care. I mean, you probably don't have to do that. You know, just saying, hey, I didn't want to come is fine to me, but you know, it may not be true. But you know, the other is your entire purpose of life and the purpose of the universe and all questions in the universe. Like, the scope of those two things are not on par. Um, one may be fine to have a mystery. I don't know why they showed up. Don't really care. And one may be, hey, you're making a claim that an invisible, intangible being with all power created the universe. Those are not on the same level.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like saying there's a mystery, therefore we have an absolute answer. It boggles the mind. I feel like, and it's just
Mhm.
a hunch, but I feel like he's kind of alluding to that presup theist position where if you don't know everything, then you can't claim to know anything. So it's all a mystery unless you accept the premise of
Yeah, that's a
God.
good point. Yeah, good point. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess he may be angling in that direction. I don't think, I mean, I don't think it rise to precept, but that is a very good point, that he's sort of saying, hey, but we accept mysteries all the time, kind of thing. So why not accept God as a mystery? Whereas those other mysteries, as you put it, do have quite a deal of evidence behind them. We just don't 100% understand them. That's a very good point, Ember. That's amazing. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
I'm not sure if this is going to be structured rebuttals because I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
I have no
This
idea.
stuff, but
Yeah.
a lot of it is just sort of appealing to the possibility. Yeah, I fully acknowledge I could possibly be wrong, and if something comes up in the future, then I hope I will be willing to change my mind, understanding the psychology.
That is a lie.
Lying is bad. Being a liar makes you a bad person.
Because he has been presented with counter evidence many, many, many times and has refused
Right.
to change his mind.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a shorter one too. Where'd I put it? Where'd I put it? I don't know where I put it. Maybe I'll get to it. I'm sure he's gonna lie again. I'll try it then.
Well,
reports like,
yeah,
for example,
I don't know if it's a lie. I don't know if he just believes that you know, the evidence isn't sufficient. But the whole point is that we don't believe stuff until it can be shown to be false, right? So he's basically saying, hey, you know, I believe in this thing. If you show me that it's false, I won't believe it. That isn't how we ought to go about assigning our beliefs. We should
Mhm.
believe that which has evidence behind it, and until we have the evidence, we shouldn't believe it to be true. He's sort of got, and that's, I've been talking lately about how apologetics is sort of the reverse of scientific method. You basically believe something and then find out all the reasons why it's true. Where really what we ought to do is look at the evidence around us and go, well, these are the reasons why I should believe this. ideally. So I think he's got things backwards there. I don't think that's a very good epistemology or reasons for believing or knowing things.
Indeed.
Example, the 2012 study called Cognitive Sophistication does not actuate the bias blind spot. They noted a larger bias blind spot was associated with higher cognitive ability. So I don't think we can ever get rid of that. I fully agree with you on that. But at the same time, all I'm trying to do is offer the best explanation. At the end of the day, if you're just not convinced, there's nothing I can say to that. It's like if you were arguing with a Christian. Yeah, all right, good day. If you were arguing with a Christian and you gave him all the evidence against or arguments for evolution, and he said, well, I just don't agree. Nothing you can say at that point. Just walk away. He's not going to listen. If at the end of the day you're not convinced, nothing I can say. I'm not here to convince you subjectively. I understand that, people have all sorts of reasons for not believing things. I don't really care. I'm just going to keep offering the evidence and say, I think based on the data, based on the rules of probability, parsimony, at least ad hoc, this is the best explanation. From there, I can't really do anything beyond that other than say, well, unless we have a better explanation, I'm just going to keep saying this is the best explanation. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. Could there be a better explanation down the road? Yeah, and if that happens, I hope to change my mind. For example, if we explain the mind in terms of purely materialistic aspects, we're able to explain how consciousness emerges from the brain, in terms of my Christian theology, I can just agree with theologians that argue for physicalism, like Dr. Joshua Moritz, for example. So I don't really see that as an issue, but that's in the future. For all we know, we could just get more evidence to support these theories. All I can do is go on with what the evidence I have now is, and that's what I'm trying to do. You talked about one thing in here I want to correct regarding...
Before he goes on his next ramble, that seemed coherent, but I didn't... Maybe I'm tired, but I didn't grasp, any point. It seemed like a politician statement, a lot of blather, no substance really. Did he say something there?
Well, what I picked up is that he sort of said, well, I'll keep pointing out the evidence. And he's sort of saying, well, I'm basing it on laws of parsimony, laws of probability. But what the evidence that you're giving us isn't the probability and parsimony, right? So if you're looking at probability, you're looking at a number of instances where the chances of, if those instances seem like they will go either way, like that it's more probable that it happens. Parsimony is based upon the more likely, based around a certain set of rules or evaluations about, like Occam's razor, for instance. It's more parsimonious than not that the simpler explanation is the correct one. But he isn't giving us that actual evidence, as he calls it, or arguments. He's giving us, hey, I'm going to believe this until I get evidence that it's not true. He's not actually giving us that he's not backing that up, what he says is evidence. So, yeah. That's great. How'd you work out the probability?
Yeah, give us the data.
Yeah.
Damn.
Because if you're saying it's more probable, you ought to have some kind of evaluation of instances that says this thing happens more times than another thing. And yeah, you can base that on a whole bunch of priors, but if you don't have that, really what you're doing is it's more common sense to me that this is correct. And that isn't an argument. It isn't something that, because a lot of people, when you say, hey, it's more probable that this happened, what they mean is it makes more common sense to me. That's what my intuition says. And that's a terrible way to sort of evaluate anything.
Yeah. As you mentioned, I think it was your Fundamentalist Fails show the other day that, the intuition, the system one thinking, that's like for survival situations, but it's the worst form of thinking for trying to come into reasoned conclusions.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, it'd be great if we could just all sort of intuitively see the world around us and come up with the same result. But that obviously is not what's happening. Like that is definitely not what's happening. So we have to find something else, and that appears to be rationality, logic, scientific inquiry seems to be the most reliable for investigation and coming up with a result that is the same for everybody.
System one thinking is not phase two. Oh, if I wish Phase 2 rose to the level of System 1 thinking. It's, oh my goodness.
It's
My goodness.
yeah.
So what that has reference to is I forget where I got the terminology. A friend started saying it. I said, "Where did that come from? I want to learn more." They sent me a paper. I read the paper, but I can't remember a lot of the details. But the main gist of it is that System 1 is quick response instinct
Mhm.
thinking. And then System 2 is the I'm going to sit down and figure this out kind of thinking. Because they are very different. Like,
Yes.
one is more like a reflex, except going through your cognitive mind, and the other
Mm.
is more, well, logical. But yeah.
Person walks in and looks at the detector kind of thing in terms of quantum experiments. That's not entirely accurate in terms of it. What causes collapse is more about which path information, knowledge of collapse. It's not looking at the results. So this is seen in things like delayed choice quantum eraser experiments. There was a very interesting study in 2012 called experimental delayed choice entanglement swapping, where they would send state of entangled particles, one to one detector, one to a detector that hit it at a later point in time, and based on how that detector determined how to measure it, it would affect the thing in the past. And their point was it's not so much detection that causes collapse, or it's looking at the results. It's more about knowing which path information. So I just wanted to make sure that. You said it could be indistinguishable from magic.
That sounds a lot like a distinction without a difference. And
Yeah.
we'd need a little bit more data to like determine how that experiment was carried out without like creating various forms of interference. Like what he's talking about there isn't observer effect, it's fucking time travel. Like a thing happens and that retroactively causes a thing in the past to behave differently than it already did or could have or something. No, that's I guarantee you, citation needed, but I guarantee you that's not how that works.
Well, I mean, like, I'm not even sure what that means. Maybe you can clarify that in the rebuttal period, because, I mean, in terms of like, sometimes how I hear materialists try to explain how consciousness emerges from the brain, it almost sounds like magic. I would need to know beyond what that means, and I honestly am not really sure where we're going with that. You talked about the processing power objection in terms of the simulation hypothesis, an objection I support, because it actually helps my theory that we're not being simulated in the computer because of the processing power limits. It makes far more sense that there's some sort of underlying reality that resembles a mind, which is what I argued for in my opening statements. So
On that note, on simulation theory,
Yeah.
I heard a really good line from Jim Barrows over at the ACA, who,
Mm.
as you may know, actually works in simulations. And he
Yeah.
says there's a problem with the idea that reality could be a simulation. We have numbers like pi, and the
Yes.
issue there is, why don't we know all the digits of pi? Because it's infinite, but why don't we know all of them? Because we don't have a computer powerful enough to know the whole thing, to work out the whole thing. We don't have a mind that's capable of holding the whole thing.
Mm. Yeah,
And the
yeah,
fact that there
absolutely.
are numbers like that in our
Mhm.
universe means our universe cannot be simulated by a computer or a mind, because no matter how powerful, it will never be able to hold an infinite irrational number.
Right.
Ever. So
Because
I
there
don't
is
know.
no
That's
yeah,
yeah.
there is no computer that will ever be able to hold pi because it is infinite.
Exactly. So what we're talking about is back closest approximation kind of thing. And it's possible that, I mean, there are mathematical proofs that show pi is an infinite irrational number, and many other numbers like pi, other various ratios in the universe. But it
Mhm.
could be we were mistaken, and pi is a very, very long number that we have not yet found the end of, but it does have an end. But that's sort of the only falsifiability criteria for us, the universe being a simulation. If we
Right.
find an end to pi, then it could be a simulation. But until we do, it is definitely not.
Mm.
So yeah, I was like, huh. I mean, maybe there's something wrong with that thought, and it just hasn't crossed my mind yet. I'll let you
Yeah.
know if it does, though.
Mm.
Yeah.
I do
I'm not
like
really
Jim
sure what else to
Burrows.
go on, because again,
What's that?
I do like Jim Burrows as well. I've seen him on
Mhm.
atheist experience occasionally. I do like Jim Burrows. He seems pretty awesome.
Yeah, he's always got like arguments that you've never heard of. And he just bloop,
Yeah.
here it is, and you're like, wow. It's good shit.
And I said, I agree with a lot of what you said. I agree we could possibly be wrong. I'm in it. There are three positions that are taken in debate: the affirmative, the negative, and a neutral. If you're just taking a neutral, all right, I don't know what else to do here at this point other than just keep presenting more data to support my position. So I got about 5 minutes left. There is some more data that I didn't want to present that I had to cut out from my opening statement because I didn't have enough time, because James said I can only have 15 minutes because he's so mean. So in terms of consciousness being caused by the brain, for example, I want to refer to a quote by Dan Dennett because I know you're a fan of him. So Dan Dennett, on page 254 of his book, Consciousness Explains, says there is no single definitive stream of consciousness because there is no central headquarters, no Cartesian theater where it all comes together. Now, I'm not sure if you entirely agree with that or not. I know you're a fan of Dennett.
Yes and no. I dare say the brain. Like, it's not any one part of the brain, not any specific piece of the brain, but it's not happening in the heart. It's not happening in the intestines. It's definitely in the brain.
The problem with this is that kind of theory doesn't seem to be supported by the data. Because if we remove parts of the brain, would consciousness go away? For example, there have been some cases.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what is a brain dead person? Consciousness has gone away, even though parts of the brain remain functional.
Yeah, so and there's parts of the brain that we know are responsible for certain things. Like there's a part in the frontal lobe. I can't remember the name of it. It's the something area. I can't remember the name of it, but it's basically responsible for speech. People that have had that destroyed, they can't just speak anymore. It can, like, all of these functions that it has, and sometimes it's several parts, but sometimes it's just one part. And as soon as you take away that part, they can't do that thing anymore. So this whole idea that the brain is somehow a sophisticated antenna, it doesn't make a lot of sense because, when you take away part of an antenna, it just doesn't work anymore. Like it won't pick up various bits and pieces. It just doesn't work. With this, we have a very, very selective, you take that away and it just doesn't, that particular functionality doesn't work anymore. Like it's just that functionality. So we're aware that certain parts of the brain have control over certain parts of the mind. And I don't know how anybody in today's age is supposed to argue about mind-body dualism, or the idea that your mind is somehow outside of your brain, and sort of explain how certain areas being removed or damaged or really contributes to the mind, this ephemeral part losing that functionality as well. It's weird.
Oh, for sure. Kamikaze coming through with
Broca's area, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
which tracks to me because I've heard of Broca's aphasia. That's a form of a non-fluent aphasia where a person loses the ability to speak and knows it, and sometimes they can hear and understand, and sometimes they can understand and not. There's also fluent aphasia, which is when a person doesn't know they've lost the ability to speak, and so they just gibber. They think they're communicating, but it's just nonsense coming out of their mouths. And in a way, that's pretty terrifying because here's a conscious person thinking they're communicating, and it's just not working.
Right.
And wowzers. But similarly, there's other areas of the brain where we unfortunately have seen not really similar, but in a way similar. About 100-ish years ago, it became vogue to do frontal lobotomies on people, ice pick lobotomies and such, to cure various things. And we could observe on those people drastic personality changes, or they'd lose abilities, they'd lose functionality because parts of the brain were destroyed. It affected their consciousness by affecting the meat computer.
Yep. And the one that I think is the death knell for mind-body dualism is the split brain patients, or people that have had their corpus corpus callosum,
Yes.
split down the middle. The two hemispheres are split from one another, and they essentially have two personalities in the same body, even two minds in the same body, because they can show the left eye one thing and the right eye another thing, and one side of the brain thinks it's one thing and the other side thinks it's another thing. It's absolutely fascinating. And the weirdest part is they agree with one another even though they think it's different things. Like the actual, it's so strange. But how does that happen if the mind is somewhere else? It doesn't make a lot of sense. And you know, plus we're sort of saying, hey, we have this thing that seems to be controlling brain. You're claiming that there's some other mystical mind somewhere else that this brain is only a conduit for. You're going to have to demonstrate that mind exists outside the brain. I think that would be upon Michael to demonstrate this dualism, and I don't think he's doing a very good job.
Yeah, and additionally, there's other views that rely on a similar concept. Like if the brain or if the consciousness is separate from the physical brain, that we're just the drone being piloted by a player up in
Yes.
the next universe up, then there's absolutely no reason reincarnation shouldn't work. Like when one character dies, you
Sure.
create a new character and you
Sure.
retain all your memories. So
Mm.
why aren't there people running around who really were Cleopatra or Abraham Lincoln or whatever? Just make a new character and they should be able to demonstrate that past life knowledge. And it's just
Yeah.
never happened.
And why don't we remember our childhood, or what was going on at our childhood? Why is it that we have sort of a, as the brain is developing, it gets fuzzier and fuzzier going backwards through those sort of development phases until we don't remember anything? Why don't we remember being outside of the body, or in whatever sort of mystical experience that we have? I don't get that. If the mind is fully developed and then it's the brain that develops, why don't we remember anything? It's kind of very strange to me.
Yeah, the
um
mind clearly grows with the body. Um,
yeah.
Slight tangent. Left-handed Jedi gifted 5 Emberships. Thank you so much. And those went to Uncle Charlie and Purple, or not Purple. Purple is saying hello. Joel Hathaway, Howis, Penny
But
Worthless, and Roman Weber. So yay!
Purple definitely deserves one.
Congratulations, folk.
Purple
And
we'll see if we can get Robin to hit her,
yes,
or
everybody
them, I'm
shoot at
sorry.
Purple.
Yes. Don't shoot at Purple, come on now.
Greetings, Purple. Pew pew pew.
Yeah. With
Yeah.
memberships only, people. Memberships only, or Emberships, I should say, only.
Yeah, Kamikaze makes another good point. Some of our circumstances were clearly not selected in character creation. Like, did somebody select hard mode? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
that doesn't
I,
that doesn't
I
track.
Amber, I need a respec, and I need it now, quite frankly.
I know. I mean, I had to re-roll. It
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing wrong with a respec if you realize that your character
Yeah.
creation was a little messed up. That's fine. I'm all good with it.
Yeah, and a lot of it really is a dice roll. Like I have no idea how big I'm gonna end up, in the chest region and other various features. It's just genetic dice, and there's no way to predict. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
It really is a reroll in some respects. On the point about childhood memory getting phasey, I actually can offer some insight on that one because I did some work on this in a previous life.
Oh, cool.
The memory engrams scattered throughout the outer shell of your brain, they're encoded based on brainwave pattern. So as when you need your brainwave pattern to unlock them. And as your brainwave pattern changes as you grow up, it gets harder and harder to unlock those older memories until eventually the key doesn't fit at all. um, the it's complicated, and I don't want to get into a lecture about it, but a quick example is if you're in a car accident, you go into a
Yes.
trauma mode, you go into a panic mode. After
Yeah.
the car accident, you may not remember anything about the accident, but the next
Yes.
time you're in an accident, you remember everything that happened in that previous accident because your brainwave patterns have spiked into the same panic mode.
Mm. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I've been in some pretty sort of tense situations, and it's been, a bit fuzzy afterwards. And police always, I do know that police always say that people can have either no memory of something or vastly different memories of sort of a stressful experience. You can ask one person, it can be completely different perception than another person, that our memories are terrible when it comes to stressful experiences.
Yeah, yeah, because I mean, it disrupts how we form memories, and and then there's that whole fugue identity problem. Like when there is a gap in our memory that's big enough, we'll just create a whole new personality.
Yeah.
But when it's of those medium sizes, like a big event happened, but the memory is locked away, sometimes we won't admit that, and we'll just confabulate. We'll spin out of whole cloth
Mm.
a whole different memory. And Brentley joining as an Ember member. Appreciate the hell out of that. Brentley, as you may know, runs the Punk Apostate channel, which does the morning live streams, dunking on people like Ray Comfort and Joe Rogan, and
Ah,
they're so much fun. And
yeah.
the Punk Apostate channel just recently crossed the 1K mark, so now has memberships and emojis and things that we can all shoot at each other, and also weekly so far, and I believe that's the plan going forward, members only live streams. So yeah, little
Congratulations,
plug for
Bentley.
Brentley there.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. I'll grab a link just for Brentley. Absolutely.
yeah, tons of fun.
Way ahead of you,
I'm
Ems.
often at
Way
work when
ahead.
I listen, but I enjoy it's good shit. Oh yeah, I feel that, Katina. Last October I had some memories that had been very, very deeply repressed come unlocked, and ooh, that was not cool. It was rude. It was disrespectful. They should have stayed in the wherever they were locked up. I don't know.
Well, it's difficult because memories and experiences have a way of bubbling to the surface. They have a way of um, becoming known even when they're sort of repressed down there. It's a problem with humans that we kind of force these things to the surface even when we don't particularly want to. I think that and sort of repressed memories are generally a coping mechanism with whatever's going on, and that's fine. I
Mm-hmm.
totally get that, but they have a tendency to inflict themselves upon us even when we're not aware of it. So I think that um, usually sort of dealing with them is a good idea, but sometimes it is better for coping, the short term coping, that, yeah, you don't bring them to the forefront. But as always, I'm not a psychologist and I don't have any degree. So if you are out there and struggling with things that, are coming up, I really encourage to see sort of mental health professionals and things like that, because I had a lot of traumatic memories that I had to deal with, and it really helped for me, at least. But yeah, I think we're sufficiently off topic to call it
Yeah,
a tangent. Um,
tangents.
woohoo!
Tangent time. That's what people come here for.
Yeah, Katina, I couldn't agree more. That they say rude and difficult, but I think the kind of mind waits till you can handle them. Absolutely, absolutely. I couldn't agree with that
Under
more.
normal
Yeah.
circumstances, yes.
Yes.
In my
Yeah.
case, not so
Yeah.
much. What? So the brief version, because that's another really, really long story, is I had an experience last October that involved suffocation by something being put on my face. And
Oh,
in the moment it was happening, when the panic spiked that I was being suffocated, it brought back a repressed memory of a thing that happened in elementary school where another student made a habit of intentionally suffocating me on the regular.
so sorry.
It was a big traumatic memory. And
Yeah.
this, it just, boom, it brought all of it back. And it just, wow. And I'm like,
Yeah.
that was not helpful, brain. This was not the time. I get why my brain panicked and went there and
Yep.
unlocked that old memory, but it was not the I'm ready to handle it. I'm in a safe space now. It was kind of the
Right.
opposite of that.
Well, I think the brain does a lot of looking for ways out of situations. So it will bring up stuff looking like, how did they get out of it before? Which, is incredibly not helpful in some situations.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do need to focus on the now and not on what happened, X years ago. You know what I mean? Like it's just a lot of the things that we do and a lot of survival mechanisms, they're not they may have been useful at one point in our evolutionary history, but at the moment that they're not, and they provide a lot of problems. Especially the fear response, it provides a lot of problems, even though it's incredibly useful in a different context. So, thanks, brain. Thanks for being really weird and quirky, and we got to work with what we've got though, and sort of. I think that as we go along, this being able to be rational, being able to have a good way to think about whether something's true or something is likely true or have these things. I think that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a better way to think about the world than sort of like you say, type one, these knee-jerk reactions to everything. Our sort of knee-jerk intuition says, oh, they're insulting me when they may not be doing that, or that thing I should be afraid of when that may not be the case. We're really looking, and I guess that's what free thought is like. Is basically when you are a free thinker, you're trying to unencumber yourself of all these previous structures that may not be helpful to getting at the truth. And I think that's entirely well, definitely what I'm after. I'm not going to speak for anybody else.
Yeah. But to bring it back to the loop it back around to this discussion that they're having,
Hmm.
Michael and Matt, the fact that our brains do that runs kind of counter to Michael's hypothesis, because if the mind were an external thing, like a video game player controlling us, that kind of thing shouldn't happen.
Yes. Yeah.
The fact that the consciousness does not have control of the brain at all, it kind of invalidates the hypothesis.
Right.
Hydranencephalus. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that term right. That's where there's mostly fluid in the brain. There was a 2008 study called The Presence of Consciousness in the Absence of the Cerebral Cortex. There was another study in 2014, Consciousness Without Cortex, a hydranencephalus family survey. I'm probably butchering how you say that name, by the way. But back to the 1990s, a reciprocal neurosurgical development of twins disconcordant with hydranencephalus. So we see these cases where we don't have a fully functioning cognitive brain, and yet people are still consciousness. In 1984, there was someone named Andrew Vanda who was born without a brain and just fluid in his skull.
Wait, just a
despite
sec.
all of the predictions.
Just a sec. People are still consciousness. I think he means people are still conscious.
Yeah, I think as is sometimes the case, he's reading off his notes, but he doesn't fully understand what he's saying. So occasionally the wrong word comes out.
So consciousness and being conscious or unconscious, right? So you can be unconscious, right? You can be knocked out. Your consciousness still is there. Your brain is still ticking away. You may have sort of vivid dreams in that state. I think that, but when he's talking about these people with problems developing brains, yeah, they're conscious, but they have problems with their cognitive ability. So I don't understand how his point is, well, if you get a brain that is, um, developed badly in some way or has some kind of problem with it, the fact that they're still conscious shows that it's not the brain providing consciousness. I think he's conflating terms there, like consciousness and being conscious, and sort of I don't know. It's kind of very, very strange. It's very
I
weird for him to
think what he's referencing is this. This was a dude. It was a big story several years ago. It was originally published in the Lancet in 2007, apparently, and
Yeah.
we still, this person had no idea his brain was anomalous. I don't recall the
Right.
reason for the scan, but he's got these huge voids where most of his brain should be, and
Yeah.
yet he lives a completely normal life. He's conscious. He doesn't, what it seems to be, and I don't, it was a while ago and I haven't followed the story, so I don't know if there even are conclusive answers. But as you can see, the brain matter is hard up against the skull. So it's
Yeah.
kind of like the brain is actually inside out. The gray matter is growing off the skull, and what should be the fluid around the brain is inside the brain, like a cavity.
Right.
There may well be just as much brain in this brain as in any other brain. It's just spread
Mhm.
around the skull instead of in the middle. But I mean, we won't know until he dies and we, do the mass or something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Sure.
it's weird, but there's no reason it can't work, especially considering, as we mentioned last week, the individual neural connections aren't, they're important, certainly, for analog processing, for series processing. But the thing that keeps the consciousness operating as the illusion of a single entity is the brainwaves. The brainwaves act as a timing belt. And you can brainwave across gaps within a skull. The speed of light is so fast that you won't notice,
Right.
So
Right.
there's no reason this shouldn't work just fine. It's just a weird occurrence, is all.
Very strange.
Yeah. Doo-ba-doo.
He actually lived for a good 4 years, was able to smile, respond to stimuli, and all that thing. If consciousness is a product of the brain, I'm actually curious about you on this, because you might be okay with this. But do you think plants are conscious? Because I actually do think plants are conscious. And a book
Does he?
Wow.
I need to see some data on that.
You think plants are conscious? I think plants can sense their surroundings. But we're going to get into, and I don't think Matt's going to leave this one lie if I've ever seen a Matt Dillahunty debate, that what is consciousness? Because usually consciousness we kind of describe as being awareness of your surroundings and yourself, kind of thing. It's that self-awareness. That even animals, if they can't recognize themselves in a mirror, they still sort of have awareness of that they're there. I don't think plants really have that. They seem to just sense the environment and react to it. It doesn't seem to be a conscious decision what they do at all. Like flowers will just turn to face the sun. It doesn't seem to be a conscious decision at all.
Yeah.
It seems to just be like an unconscious decision. Like, I breathe. Now I can consciously override that, but if I fall unconscious from not breathing, I'll just start to breathe again unconsciously. So there's some sort of things we have to look at as what is the difference between consciousness, subconsciousness, and unconscious.
Yeah, I think maybe why he's leaning in that direction. It's a weird way to go, because if plants are conscious, then even vegetarians don't have morality on their side. We're always eating something that's self-aware.
Well, I don't think that's really a concern for Michael here, but you've got a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, but I mean, I don't know.
Well,
Like, there. Okay,
you
so
could,
look at it from the other
yeah.
direction, right? Like, when we think too deeply about our own consciousness, we always have to grapple with that existential dread that we're basically moist robots who only think that we can think, And if you consider the possibility that if plants aren't conscious, that they're just biological robots executing their programming, then what makes us so different from them? Unless you buy into religion and this idea that God made us special and different from all the other living things, then you don't have something to separate you from that. It's just our mechanism of adaptation is so vastly different from the plant's method of executing its programs that we seem distinct, but we're really not at the most basic level.
And I think that plants, that they would have at least a basic nervous system kind of thing, don't they? I mean,
Yeah, that's
Um,
always fascinated me. Like, how does a tree know when it's been injured? How does grass know when it's been cut? How does a Venus flytrap know when to close? I know it's got the hairs that act as nerve responders and so on and so on.
right.
But like, there's no nervous system, so how do they know? Well, they don't know in the way we know, but to react to stimulus like that, there's
But
there's
but
there's something.
I think with that, Ember, that the word "no" is doing some real heavy
Oh
lifting
yeah.
there. When you sort of say, "Hey, trees know they've been damaged," kind of thing. It's like, do they, or do they just have a system that reacts? I think they do have sort of an. It's not the same as ours, but they have a nervous system to, send signals to themselves. But I think "no" is not the word I would choose to use there. I think they simply autonomously react to things. Um, and the more we get the nervous system developed, the more awareness of that sort of, the sensory information it has, until you have brains where it seems to be able to hold memories of that nervous system input. So, but yeah, no is really, I would sort of push back on the idea that plants know anything.
Yeah, it's like you were saying earlier, it's the phototropism. Like the plants that can follow the sun did better than the ones that didn't. So that evolution built on that and built on that. They don't know where the sun is. It's just a reaction to stimuli. And it's the same thing scaled up a little bit with the Venus flytrap. Iteration upon iteration upon iteration. Eventually, they got better at, releasing hormones to trigger other responses elsewhere that resulted in the trap closing fast enough to catch the fly because it worked better than the ones that couldn't catch the fly. Evolution hones all these things, and that leads us back to the problem of our own consciousness, is seeing all these highly functioning things that have been honed to appear to be intelligent
Hmm.
just by, stimulus response through evolution. How much of what we do is just stimulus response? It's very, very complex stimulus response. But
Well, some
I
things
mean,
are absolutely stimulus response. If you get a
mm-hmm.
doctor hit your knee and your leg jerk, that's absolutely a stimulus response. Absolutely, there's no doubt about it. Your eyes closing when something flies at your face is a stimulus response. A lot of ours we can override, which may be a good thing, may not be a good thing, depending on the circumstances. But yeah, but I guess when I look at consciousness, and I think most neurologists, I could be wrong, but I think most neurologists, they kind of look at consciousness not as a binary thing, but as a spectrum. Like, you have consciousness increase as the nervous system and brain developed, and it's kind of arbitrary where we sort of say, hey, this is conscious and this is not conscious, kind of thing. And maybe I am, and somebody talked about sentience, maybe I am talking about sentience, but and sort of what comprises being sentient rather than just conscious. um yeah, but I think consciousness is a spectrum of things. So you could say a plant is barely conscious, maybe, but it barely has a nervous system as well. So it really doesn't give anything in your favor.
So definitions often become important. Quick Google on this one, but the TLDR is sentience refers to the capacity to feel, perceive, or experience sensations and emotions subjectively. It's the subjective part. It's not
Yeah,
just
subjective. Yeah.
reaction. The
Yep.
ability to feel pain, pleasure, and other sensations. Sapience, on the other hand, is the ability to think, reason, and possess wisdom. So yeah, we could
Mm,
definitely see not just some form of consciousness, but even sentience in dogs, cows,
sure.
etc.
Sure.
It's
Absolutely.
and
Yeah.
even to some extent some sapience. Like, many dogs, not all dogs. Some dogs are giant dumbasses, and we all know it. They're adorable, but some of them are. But
Are you
some
talking
of them are
Labradors here?
really clever. Like they can figure crows can figure out puzzles, all
Yep.
kinds of things. So yeah,
You know,
I wonder.
rats are incredibly intelligent. Pigs are incredibly intelligent.
Mm-hmm.
Cephalopods are frighteningly intelligent.
Terrifyingly, yes.
Mm,
Like there's a pretty good chance that the octopuses have a language. We haven't managed to decipher it yet, but it seems that they communicate at least on an emotional level by
right.
changing their colors.
Mm,
And when they do it in a certain pattern with other octopuses nearby, it seems to convey information. It's a form of communication. But is it just, this color, I'm hungry, or is it like I have deduced the Pythagorean theorem, like we don't
yeah.
know. But it's fascinating because it's so alien, but it's also scary because if they are like our level of consciousness or above, even though in a very different way, then it's highly possible that they're aware that we eat them and they remember, and someday they'll come for revenge.
And I, for one, welcome our cephalopod overlords. Yeah, and there was just a sort of I'll go off on a slight tangent. Western Australia had a beaching of whale pods in here a while back. This was just the other day, and we don't understand why they all decide to throw themselves upon the beach, and they did it
Yeah.
twice, and it was heartbreaking, sort of. And it's kind of, I find it amusing but understandable that people will, not help fellow humans but come out in packs to help, whales or dolphins that beach themselves. I kind of understand where they're coming from, but yeah, I mean, it's interesting that we sort of don't understand why they do it, but it may be that they're depressed, or they're upset, or they're confused, and what is actually going on. Um, there's these really intelligent creatures that are basically sort of, you know for whatever reason they are choosing death, and like we are struggling to understand why it is, and yeah, it needs more research and stuff, but it's so weird, because they're so smart.
Yeah, I wish we understood. I mean, we only in the very most rudimentary sense understand why other humans self-terminate.
Right.
Like on an empathetic level, we see, oh, they're
Mm,
suffering a lot for, whatever reason. It doesn't really matter. They're suffering and that they see that as the only way out. But it's really hard to wrap our mind around even another one of our own species, let alone
that's
another
true.
species.
Yeah, so I want to give a big shout out to all the volunteers that helped the whale beaching. uh, it was way south of me, but yeah, well done to everybody.
Hell yeah. It reminds me of that old story about there was a little boy. It's apocryphal. It may have been based on a kernel of truth, but there was a little boy on a beach where a bunch of starfish had been stranded up on the beach by the tide, and he was picking them up and throwing them in and picking them up and throwing them in, but there's hundreds of thousands of them.
Mm,
And an old man walks by and he goes, "Little boy, why are you doing that? You can't possibly save them all." And the little boy says, "I know that, but for the ones I do save, it makes a pretty big difference."
yeah. Yeah, it's kind of framed as, he says, well, that, what you're doing can't possibly matter with all the hundreds of thousands of starfish. And he goes, well, it matters to that one.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like that story. I've heard that before. Like, if you
yeah.
started talking about footsteps on the sand, I was gonna somehow reach over there and slap you. Like, seriously, I hate that story.
I know it's the worst.
Oh, it's so bad.
Called The Deep Structure of Biology. Anthony Truevas, in one of the chapters, note that plants display several features which resemble conscious behavior.
Fire displays several features that resemble life.
Hmm. like just because several features resemble something does not make that something the other thing. Like this is the thing. Like, does he even hear what he's saying when he's saying this?
It looks like a maple leaf, Mark, but also
Right.
I think he's attempting to red herring Matt here because okay, so what if plants are conscious? Now prove that consciousness proves God. Like, what does this even have to do with your point?
Yeah, I mean, I have several features that resemble a chimpanzee. It doesn't mean I'm a chimpanzee, right? Like, we've got to sort out this language of, well, it resembles this, because what they're trying to do when scientists do stuff, they're talking in very precise language. Like, they don't seem to understand that they're being very precise. And when they say things like this, they're trying to explain something in words that we might already understand. So when they say they have several features that resemble consciousness, they're not saying that these plants are conscious, right? They're saying, hey, there are these properties that the plants have that consciousness also has, and it resembles the same thing, but they're not saying it's the same thing.
Yeah, like to put it another way, you could say plants have similar properties to other living beings like mammals. Well, that doesn't mean the plants are mammals. For fuck's sake. Oh no, we're all eukaryotic. What could this mean?
What could it
They
mean?
display
If I ever get another emoji slot, I think that has to be one of the possible. Of course, members get to vote on new emojis, but I think if I have the
Hmm.
time to design one of the options to be voted on has to be a what could this mean?
What could it mean? It means that I'm a silly duck. That's what it means. That's what it means. We're both eukaryotes. I have some properties that resemble silly ducks, so that must be what I am.
That's fair.
phenotypic plasticity, which is the plant's version of movement. They target areas to grow into and they can make choices. They are able to sense their environment.
Do they make choices? I don't
Do
think they make
they?
choices.
They may have a sort of, yeah, I mean, that they may have, like, we could say, hey, they could grow here and grow here, and based upon the input they have, they grow in one direction. But I think that, I mean, what does it mean for them to have a choice? Like, I don't think you're sort of, how do you show that they make a choice? And not only that, but a conscious choice. So I think he's sort of using more word language to conflate here with a choice, as in there were two possibilities and the plant selected one of them, with a conscious choice where they have evaluated everything and made a conscious decision in order to pursue one. I really dislike his sort of language that he's using here.
Yeah, it's like all assertion, no substance, especially with stuff like this. Like, what do
Yeah.
you mean by that? Like, are we talking about when a seed germinates and the roots choose to grow downward? Because we've studied that and we know why that happens. It's because of the presence of gravity.
Right.
There's certain cells in the roots, just like there's certain cells in the leaf buds and so on. Like, it's not
Mm.
a choice, it's a response to stimuli. Plants germinating in space get very confused. Or in orbit, I should specify. But so what do you mean by choice? Because that can look like a choice until you understand why that happens.
Communicate through chemical reactions, display territorial behavior, and compete for space. They recognize other plants as the same species or not, so they can recognize if there's a foreign invader type plant or if there's another plant that's the same species as them. They make decisions and plan for the future, like how to preserve resources or not. They can even
That's not decisions. That's also
Yeah.
responses. Like plants
I
who
think,
like
yeah.
do they choose to shed their leaves in the autumn? No. It's different trees do it a different way, but it's a chemical property. There's some of them have a thermometer, and a chemical that degrades when the average temperature crosses a certain threshold, and they're like, "Oop, it's time to shut up for the winter. Drop the leaves, put the resources in the roots. Best chance of survival." They don't know that that's what's happening. That's
Mm.
evolution. It's triggered these built-in responses. It's instinct. It's like an
Yeah.
osprey. Ospreys don't know how to weave baskets, but they have instinctive knowledge in how to create a nest, which is effectively a basket, because the ones that could do that better survived better. It's evolution creating these external things. For fuck's sake.
Well, I think that decide is like before, where sort of you know, No was doing heavy lifting. Decide is doing some real heavy lifting here. That I think he's begging the question that it is a decision that the plant is making rather than a autonomous sort of just an autonomous reaction to the stimuli around it. I think that he has not established that the plant can actually decide to do something or not do something. And look, plants do a lot more than we originally thought. Like, totally understandable. I think that there was a documentary. I think, was it Life in the Undergrowth, maybe, or was that the one about bugs? Anyway, Richard Attenborough did a marvelous one with plants basically having wars. They try to strangle each other. They try to, if you speed them up, plants are actually fighting all the time. But they're not suggesting that they're deciding to. They're just responding to the environment around them. I think that sort of decide is doing some damn heavy lifting there, and I don't think that's the right word for what we're describing here.
Yeah, like a climbing vine, for example. It's got the little tendrils, and when it finds something to latch onto, it curls around it.
Right.
Well, is it deciding to do that? No, it's just putting tendrils every frickin'
Right.
where it can, and when it finds something, the contact causes a stimulus response where it starts coiling around it.
Yeah. So, and the flowers decide to follow the sun. No, they don't decide to do it. They just react to the sunlight coming down, and there's certain cells within them that stiffen up to make them follow this. Like it, geez, Michael, the loaded language, really. That he's. I will grant him that he is packing a lot into his language. Like, I guess it's like when they sort of say, oh, who created the universe? It's like, well, that creator's doing some damn heavy lifting there. Like, really, come on now.
Yeah, for real. We should sick Mr. Anderson on him. His lawyer
wish
tactics
that on
will
anybody.
cut right through
Yeah.
that.
No, Mr. Anderson's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely. And that's I haven't done a new Skeptic Space series since Paulogia's List around Christmas time. Yule if you prefer, solstice if you like. But Mr. Anderson's one of the newer channels, and he's been dunking on the creationists so hard. I mean, I don't need to shout him out. He's been shouted out by Gutsick Gibbon and Dapper Dinosaur and so forth. But I mean, he's great. He's fun to watch. He's humble. It's really good stuff. And he also just broke 1K recently.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's if you haven't checked him out, you should. It's at mranderson.crosses. I should probably just put a link in the chat but I'm weird that way.
Seem to form memories, and certain species display hive behavior. So if consciousness is sort of like a function of the brain, I would suggest we can see consciousness where there is not entirely functioning brains, and in creatures that technically do not even have brains. In terms of that, other data I would like to go over is things like top-down causation. So materialists predicted that taking things like LSD or psilocybin would actually result in more brain activity because people were having more vivid experiences, they're experiencing brighter colors. Well, this was a prediction that was actually falsified. They found the exact opposite in studies like neural correlates of the psychedelic states as determined by fMRI studies within psilocybin. Christoph Koch even said, to the great surprise of many, psilocybin, a potential psychedelic, reduces brain activity. So people are reporting far more psychedelic experience, far more vivid experience, and brain activity is decreasing. That seemed to not fit with the materialistic paradigm that.
Well, okay, so he's blowing by a whole bunch of neurology. Like we were starting to talk about last week. There's this thing called the ascending reticulating activating system. I mispronounced it. Sue me, I'm not a neurologist. But what that does is it controls your inhibitions. When it's highly stimulated, your inhibitions are very high. Everything is cringe, everything is awkward, you don't want to do anything. When it's depressed, like when you get drunk and you depress your nervous system, it reduces the feedback from that system, causing you to be less cringe and less full of anxiety. So you're more out there and you can party and whatnot. Even though there's less brain activity, you're more the life of the party, or so it seems to you at the time. So, like, what are we talking about? Which brain area and which systems,
Yeah.
and how does it interact when we say less brain activity? You know?
Mm.
that brain was sort of creating consciousness because it should be increasing brain activity. Jeffrey Schwartz and other researchers have looked into things like mindful attention and argued there is evidence of top-down causation. Papers like training-induced cognitive and neuroplasticity, constraint-induced movement therapy to enhance recovery after a stroke, change the mind and you change the brain, effects of cognitive behavioral therapy on the
No, that's not how that
No.
works at all.
No.
However, when you do plasticity experiments, you find that when you change the brain, you do change the mind. That's another great example. I'm glad Michael brought it up, even though he did it backwards, because there are certain experimental drugs, nothing that's been FDA approved yet, but we keep trying out things to help stroke patients that are supposed to improve brain plasticity, to make it more like when you were a child and more neural connections were still forming. We try to re-promote that neural connection process to build grids over the damaged area and help rebuild function. And sometimes it kind of works, but you get dramatic personality shifts when that happens, which is one of the reasons that they're not FDA approved, because there's no control and we don't know what the ethics behind that could possibly mean, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, we haven't approved it yet, but we have studied it enough to find out that when you change the brain, you change the mind.
Yes, but more than that, it's not. So when he's talking about neuroplasticity, what he's alluding to is that when behaviorally you can change your behavior, okay, and this is the basis of CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy. When you can make a different decision, it will reinforce a neural pathway. So he's kind of right, okay, in a certain way, that when you force neurons down a certain neural pathway, it will strengthen that connection and that will build up and enhance that connection, kind of thing. And new neural pathways definitely can form as a result of you making decisions. Like, so if you make a decision in order to do X thing instead of, just say you've got an addiction problem, if you decide to go to church instead, kind of thing, you can actually form a new neural pathway and strengthen that by repeating it. So he's not 100% wrong, but what he's skipping over is that neural pathway is tenuous at first and then has to be built up over time. And that's why therapies like CBT require a great deal of repetition and practice in order to do it. It's not change the mind and you change the brain. It's very difficult to make a new neural pathway connection by your behavior. And it's not really your mind changing, it's the behavior has to be there. You have to actually take actions and think about those actions that you're doing in order to make that connection where there was none before. It's not like you just go, oh, well, I'm going to go to church and your mind just changed. That isn't what's happening, right? That's not what's happening. And if it was the case that change the mind and you change the brain, then we should just have to think something else and the neural pathway would be there. That isn't what's happening. What he's describing much better fits that your brain controls the mental states. Using conscious thought, we can make a new neural pathway connection, but it is very, very difficult to do so. And then that in turn controls your mental states. So the first time that instead of using substance of some sort like alcohol or whatever, you go to church, that might be very uncomfortable at first, incredibly uncomfortable. But repeating it, that neural pathway gets strengthened and strengthened and strengthened. Like, he's really using language that is not reflecting what we know about the brain. He's simplifying it to the point of absurdity right now.
Yeah, yeah. It's interesting because we mentioned last week how Plato had this way of taking someone's argument, blowing it up to huge proportions to make the flaw really, really obvious. That was his
Mm,
version of argument to absurdity.
yeah.
Michael's doing it in kind of the opposite direction. He's so boiling down an argument and losing so much very important information that the argument effectively becomes useless. Um, and that's also absurd. And it's fascinating how he's doing it like the exact opposite of what Plato does.
Yeah, I
There
think
are correlations.
it's an oversimplified cause fallacy if you are interested. It's kind of you're taking a whole bunch of information and causes basically and a whole bunch of stuff, and you're narrowing it down to one cause, i.e.,
Mm,
the soul's the consciousness is doing this thing, and that isn't really the cause of neural pathways for it. There's so much information he's skipping over, and so much um, sort of um, cause and effect that he's skipping over. It's crazy.
yeah, I kind of wonder now that you mention it. There's this thing that it happens everywhere, but it's like super common in Americans. Monocausal taxophilia, the love of a single cause, and it's discarding nuance. It's this idea that whatever you're trying to understand, it has a single, easy to understand cause, and you already know what that cause is. You every time you've heard, Aunt Shep, Aunt Marjorie will say, you say, "Oh, I've got this weird rash on my palm," and she'll go, "Oh, yep, you're a werewolf. I know what the cause is.
Yep.
Not only is it one thing, it's definitely one thing. I know what it is. You have no idea, Aunt Marge. You know,
Right.
it's that sort of deal. But he's doing it on a much larger scale.
That's why I avoid Aunt Marjorie at parties.
Mm. I mean, she avoids me because she thinks I'm a werewolf.
Nice, man. Maybe I should. That's good.
Of spider phobia, and they basically argued that mental processes seem to be creating top-down causal effects in brain chemistry. That was, again, not predicted originally by the materialistic paradigm because consciousness, mental activity is supposed to be the product of brain activity being built up. But we do
That's
see evidence of
inaccurate.
top-down cause.
What's that?
That's inaccurate. Like it's not. It's like top down causation. I don't think that's entirely accurate. I think that they're sort of saying that consciousness can have influence over these neural connections being formed and getting stronger. But sort of this top down causation, yeah, you are absolutely oversimplifying it there. Like we don't just choose to make a neural connection and then just bang, it's there. That is not what is happening there. I'm sorry, Michael. It's just not.
Yeah, he's like one step away from the creationist argument that uh, you're saying evolution is making choices. It's choosing to
Right,
evolve plants
right.
this way and choosing to evolve primates this way, and so therefore evolution itself is conscious, and that's just silly from a materialist standpoint. Yeah, it's the same damn argument.
There's also some very interesting studies on dissociated identity disorder. So, for example, there was actually a really peculiar study called Sight and Blindness in the Same Person, Gating of the Visual System. This person had dissociated identity disorder, and they had one alter that said they were blind. And they said, okay, sure, but when that blind alter came up, the brain activity changed to the point that mimicked an actual blind person. And the argument is that mental seems to precede the physical, and the physical follows through from the personality. So I only have
No, 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 no. No, that's blind people are actually blind, Michael. Like, so
Yeah.
DID is what used to be called multiple personality disorder,
Yeah, it's
and
not.
when you have alters, which are might be better described as fragments, they're shards of your consciousness that have severed off from the main consciousness for whatever reason. Sometimes trauma, sometimes there's a birth defects, or any number of possibilities, huge number of possibilities. It's still under
Yep.
study. But if one of them does not have access to the visual processing center of the brain, it is blind. It's not that the brain is reconfiguring and making you blind
Right.
when that alter is in charge. That portion of consciousness, it cannot access that part. It is blind because it can't reach the visual cortex.
We have 30 seconds left, but I'll sum up from there. I agree with you. It's possible I could be wrong. I fully agree. If you want to be neutral, fine. I don't care. I'm just saying this is the best explanation. That's all I can do at this point.
He didn't even. What do you mean it's the best explanation? You threw out a whole bunch of random stuff, and then when
Yeah.
it's the best, what is the best explanation, Michael? What is? Is it God? How is it God? Like, what does the one thing have to do with the other? He may as well
What's
just
the
throw up his hands and go, things exist. Behold, look at the trees. I hope I hit the tree button. Nope, we got a Scotsman. Look at the trees.
No.
Therefore, God. Oh, yeah. My fingers are getting smaller, but they're still kind of giant. So hitting just one button is hard sometimes.
What was this debate about? What was the topic of it? I feel like the topic of the debate is dualism or materialism. It feels like it's on the mind body problem or the
Yeah.
mind body dualism rather than freaking is because I thought it was evidence for a god. I want to say.
Yeah, it was supposed to be, I think, good reasons for God was the original point. And Michael
Yeah.
decided he was going to go with these three main arguments that he's now thoroughly mixed together in a way that no one can understand. But
Right.
yeah, that was the original point, is these are things that show God is the most likely
But he
thing
hasn't even
somehow.
gotten to a soul, much less a god.
Yeah, like, so what if planes have consciousness? I can grant that, and you
I-
still lose, Michael, because you haven't actually made a case connecting that to anything.
Yeah.
Ay.
Wow. Yeah, that's not a lot of substance there, really. Just throwing out a lot of scientific studies, a lot of probably what are your conclusions on scientific studies.
Yeah,
So,
like, he's not even citing
yeah.
the studies. He's mentioned a couple
Right.
of names, but
Hmm.
I have here a list of names. Okay.
I will bet that they did not conclude that the consciousness is separate from the brain.
No, that's a high likelihood.
So,
Whenever
you know,
an apologist quotes something, even if they do quote
Yeah.
it, it's almost a Brandolini's law level principle that when an apologist quotes something, the actual conclusion is the opposite of what he says it is.
Mhm.
Not 100%, but it may as well be a law.
Depending on how we categorize things, I may or may not be neutral. I don't think I'm actually neutral. I don't think it's a neutral position I'm taking. What I'm saying, and I'll get to this end, you presented a lot of studies that have nothing to do with anything I've ever advocated for, but I find all of them interesting because the sort of brain studies this gets to how we label the difference between, for example, consciousness and sentience. And so you could make an argument that if we're going to define consciousness this way, maybe a plant's conscious, but maybe it's not sentient. Maybe it's not, doesn't have the ability of self-reflection or self-identity and things like that. You started off by talking about, though, this problem that I keep citing by trying to solve a mystery by appealing to a mystery. And the quote that you used referenced, you don't have to understand how a drought works to know that drought is the explanation, and you don't have to understand why somebody has a headache to know that the headache is the explanation. The problem here is that drought is the label we put on for an observable phenomenon. A headache is the label we put on an observable phenomenon. We know that these things are real to the extent that, hey, we experience headaches, we experience droughts, we observe the effects of these.
We all
Why
know
a drought
these things. We all have been aware of. Well, I mean, I guess in Australia, I have experienced sort of experiencing drought is kind of the current normal in where I am. But we have water saving measures. We understand there's not a lot of precipitation going on. That's drought. I understand what a headache is. It's when my head hurts. Like, we don't have to. That's what I was saying earlier. They're not a mystery. We've experienced them directly.
Yeah. These things exist. You have to, before you can conclude God, you have to demonstrate God exists and is a
Right.
possible or probable, as Michael might say, explanation for these things. Like, there very well could be a God who is, pulling a Zeus and is just chilling up on Mount Olympus getting drunk all the time and occasionally banging the locals. He may not have anything to do with whether plants like to, look into a pond and see their own reflection, Ay, ay, ay.
Occurs, I agree. You don't necessarily, I don't even know how my car works to know that it does work. I don't even know how or what weather conditions occurred that resulted in a drought to be able to say, hey, we're in a drought, because drought is particularly defined as you're not getting any rain. You're low on water. That's not what we're doing when we say, hey, what is the explanation? It would be like saying, what's the explanation for a drought? I don't know. We don't have anything. It must be God. Gods send droughts. God send droughts to punish people for allowing gay marriage. This is the same thinking of why hurricanes slammed into New Orleans. It's not that saying, hey, you have a drought is not appealing to a bigger mystery. It's labeling the thing that is. Now, you can do that, and it seems that you're trying to do that by saying God is merely the label that we put on that which is responsible for the universal emergence, or the emergence of the cosmos, or the emergence of consciousness and stuff like that. But when I talk about appealing to a bigger mystery, it's not just, oh, we don't know the explanation for X. I'm not saying you have to explain God. I'm saying you don't get to use God as an explanation until such time as you can demonstrate that there is such a thing as a God. We can't use a headache as an explanation until we have a good understanding of what a headache is and what we're talking about. If you say, oh, I don't want to come to your party because I have a kerfuffle, well, nobody knows what that is. And okay, it's nonsensical. And then when I define it as saying it's a particular type of headache that occurs in my toe, well, that may be really strange and really confusing, but we might be able to find out that what I meant by headache is, pain, and it's pain in the toe, whatever. When we identify and label things, to the degree that we understand them, we're no longer solving a mystery by appealing to a mystery. We're just saying this is the thing. But that thing that we point to is something that needs to be demonstrable. I don't know how you can point to the non-demonstrable, the unfalsifiable, as if it is a foundation for those things. And so I'm not taking a neutral position. I'm not saying we don't know and we'll never know. I'm not saying everybody's potential explanation is flawed. I'm saying coming up with what you view as, or what may even be, a better explanation than nothing doesn't mean that you have an explanation that rises to the point that it should qualify as good. Because people invent conspiracy theories all the time, and they have their suspicions about what's going on. Hey, my husband didn't come home or came home late from work repeatedly. I don't have any other information to go on. And rather than sitting here wondering about what all could be, I'm just going to conclude that he's having an affair. Well, hang on, we know that affairs happen. I'm not appealing to a mystery. But do you have any evidence that's a affair? Well, you could put together evidence that is consistent with an affair, provided that the only evidence you have is that. It's about looking at the other evidence. This is why science...
It's what we used to call back in the day, jumping to a conclusion. Yeah, they made a lot of TV shows to try to discourage people from doing that, because it's very not helpful. Sometimes you're right by sheer accident, but more often than not, you're wrong. And so you're worse off for having this bad conclusion, because you're not just at square one trying to figure things out. You're actually further back than that. Yeah. To catch up to square one, you first have to admit that you were mistaken and undo all that. And it makes things worse. Yep. And that's fundamentally why many atheists have a problem, not so much with the idea of religion, but the way apologists go about evangelizing, saying, I have an answer, therefore it's a good answer, therefore it's the best answer. Well, if you're wrong, you're making things worse, Right.
Yeah, and we all kind of do it. We all jump to conclusions kind of thing. We all sort of, sort of go, well, my wife isn't home, I hope nothing bad has happened to her kind of thing. We all have these kind of things that we jump to, but realizing that sort of thinking, well, I've got no evidence for that, it is a good idea, because you don't know that for sure. She maybe just got caught up doing something. It's usually not useful to go to these conclusions. And we can point to times where we've done it in the past where it has been incorrect. And Matt's 100% right. Like, if you're just sort of giving an explanation and saying, hey, all of these sort of very sort of circumstantial things fit, because what did he give us actually? All of it was sort of circumstantial. And I really want to hammer on this. Like, when you're talking about, well, what's the reason for drought? Oh, there's been no rain and things like that. We're talking about very, very empirical, solid things we can measure, we can test, we can do all these things for. When you're talking as, well, plants seem to have these things that resemble a consciousness, and neural networks form, and that kind. You're not giving that's not evidence for a god. That's evidence for plants having certain nervous systems that resemble more conscious neural pathways, and our brains being able to influence whether neural pathways that isn't evidence. How is that evidence for a god? It's almost like he's at a different debate, quite frankly, a dualism debate. Because even if there is mind-body dualism, and I think you sort of pointed this out, but I really want to hammer home on this. Even if it is true, like, let's just grant mind-body dualism, that the mind is a physical thing and the consciousness is something else. It doesn't get you to a god. Reincarnation could be true. It could be true that when the brain dies, a mystical penguin shoots your consciousness in the head and you die. Like, all other kind of things could be true. You haven't actually gotten anywhere near a god, or even probable to be a god.
I kind of like the mystical penguin. I think that's compatible with Nil and Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe. I don't see a conflict. So yeah,
it's annihilation penguinism. That's technical name for it. Yeah.
Hell yeah. I mean, that certainly explains that contradiction that theists are always pointing to, that the law of conservation of energy means that your consciousness can't just vanish because that energy has to go somewhere.
Right.
And never mind that energy can also disperse in. No, it's the penguin. Absolutely.
No, it's the penguin. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking of Commander 401.
I don't know what that is.
It's a community member who I don't know if she drops by here very often, but I see her on a lot of places where L Trucker shows up, on Slim Cyborgs. She's also got her own channel, Deep State Annex. She was a cast member on the Shills back in the day, when they had a big cast. And yeah, her whole thing is
before my time, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got a great intro piece. It's these penguins in spacesuits, and they're like, we are NASA's defenders.
Nice.
Holding the ice wall. It's fucking great.
Emperor penguins, holding the line on that ice wall, so nobody crosses into Antarctica. Oh dear, that's awesome. I love it. Cool.
Yeah,
I love it.
Position isn't about affirming. Science's position about is attempting to falsify. And so if we have a case being made for something, saying that I would be taking a neutral position isn't necessarily true if all I'm doing is pointing out flaws in a particular explanation. And if we have no explanation, and an explanation where we have flaws that we know in other circumstances would result in an untrustworthy, unreasonable explanation. If we find a fallacy in an argument, we don't conclude the conclusion is false. We just render the conclusion unknown. That because there is a fallacy in the argument, we cannot be confident at all in the conclusion. That's the whole point behind a fallacy. This is why you have a structure, because true premises lead to true conclusions, and you can mix this up in a reductio ad absurdum by putting in a premise that is suspicious, and if it leads to a conclusion that is demonstrably false, then you know that premise is not acceptable. But if you have premises that are questionable, and you reach a conclusion, you don't know whether or not that conclusion is reasonable. And so when we look at things like the mystery of consciousness, the mystery of the universe, to say, hey, science hasn't come up with a better explanation, and the scientists are talking about things like quantum mechanics and the breakdown of the wave function, and all of this is something that I can spin in a way it's consistent with a god of classical theism. When I talked about the potential for processing power to be ultimately limiting, but we don't, we're still stuck within our simulations. We don't know what processing power could exist beyond that. And essentially all you've done by suggesting that this is consistent with a God is, processing power is going to be limited and God's going to be unlimited. Well, how do you know that? Oh, because we defined God as being unlimited. But God necessarily is that thing that is unlimited, that could be infinite processing power, sufficient to sustain a simulated universe. But you've made no demonstration that such a being exists or.
God is a CPU.
And
It's an infinite
he's
CPU.
well, and he's pointing out a good point, and so sort of the explanatory power of God is so small, it doesn't actually explain anything, but the scope, like when you define a being as capable of absolutely anything, like he's capable of anything at all, you can make anything at all fit within the parameters of what that God can do. So you're opening up literally anything, and plus I might add, when you're also adding on the property of that God being mysterious, right? So you've got two properties working in tandem on a God. Number one, it can absolutely do literally anything you can think of. That's property one. And number two, it's mysterious that it doesn't have reasons for doing what it does, right? So it works in mysterious ways. There's no real explanation as to why it's doing what it's doing. When you have those two things, name me something that could not fit into that parameters. Because under those parameters, you have literally said anything that happens can fit into that God explanation. Look at the trees.
The trees, the trees.
Yeah. And Matt's 100% right. Like when you define a God like that, like if you're defining gods, like you go with something like just say Poseidon or whatever, you can always say, hey, well, Poseidon doesn't influence, the volcanoes kind of thing. He's God of the sea. It's got some limits on it. But the God that you're defining literally has no limits to what it could do, and no what's the word I'm looking for? It's kind of like no reason for why it does what it does. There's no consistent reasoning behind why it does what it does. Like anything that happens, it could have been God just deciding to do it on a whim or for whatever reason. You don't know. There's nothing that can't explain. Doesn't mean it's a good explanation.
Yeah. There's it.
Because I can think of a billion things that could also fit that.
Oh yeah, like like that old what was it? Anselm who said God must exist because we can imagine the greatest possible being, and what would make it greater is if it really existed. Yep. It's the same sort of thing. Like I can imagine the greatest the largest possible pizza, a pizza the size of a galaxy, and what would make it even greater is if it actually existed. Therefore, it does exist. Okay, show me. If you could do it, then show me.
Or could exist, or likely exists. It's just a big panacea of, we need an explanation that can do this, this, and this. So we'll call God, label God the explanation as this. It was right there in the initial opening where you were essentially saying that, I'm only arguing for God, and God being defined as that which is sufficient to explain whatever the hell it is that I'm, arguing for, whether it's consciousness of the universe. So the process that we go by when we figure out whether or not there's good reason isn't just a subjective thing. Like, I think you and I would agree on this, that if somebody comes along and they think the earth is flat and you show them all this evidence and they ultimately just sit there and go, well, you didn't convince me, that doesn't matter at all. You're not going to make any headway, probably, in that until you have a conversation at a different level. Like, are they being consistent in how they apply logic and reason and evidence? And if you can show that they're being inconsistent, that they're engaged in some kind of special pleading for their God or for flat earth or whatever else, then you've demonstrated that they are in a position that is unreasonable. Not that it's false, but that the argumentation, the foundation that they've presented is essentially unreasonable. Now, that's not necessarily going to convince them either. You can tell somebody and show somebody, hey, you're being unreasonable, and they can say, yep, sure am. Just going to take it on faith or whatever else. This isn't about what would convince anybody or everybody. It's about what should be considered convincing and compelling. And in some cases, it's about, is there sufficient evidence for the claim? Not every claim requires the same degree or type or quality or quantity of evidence. If you tell me, hey, I just drank a shot of whiskey, okay, I'm good with that. If you say that whiskey was teleported here by aliens from another
Right.
galaxy 2 minutes before the show, I'm not going to take that claim at its word. And so it's not just a matter of, I'm just going to sit here and subjectively say, nope, not convinced, I'm not convinced. It's not about whether or not I'm convinced. It's about whether or not, on a foundation of reason, we should be convinced. That is, and that's what I consider to be the entire subject of the debate. Are there good reasons to believe in God? Because if somebody just said, are there reasons to believe in God? Yeah, I'd have to say yes. Are there reasons to believe in God that some people think are good? Yeah. But is belief in a God, a particular God, or even an abstract God, sufficiently supported by reason? And I would have to say no, because in all the time that I've been dealing with this and in everything that I've been presented and what gets presented to me by other people in the course of these debates, it's either there is an argument that is ultimately fallacious, which means the conclusion is questionable.
So here's what he's saying. He's basically saying that if it explains literally everything and it can do those things without any reason for it to actually do those things, there's no, it's not a good reason to think it exists. There's no good reason to think that it exists based upon the existence of things. Like, you know, if it can create the universe, it's kind of this, well, if it can create the universe and it, you know, it possibly could just decide to create the universe, then it would exist, kind of thing. That's not a good reason to think of its existence. It's not.
Yeah, it's there's any number of possible things that could do a thing, especially if you make them up with the property of them being able to do that thing. But why should we believe Michael's made up thing over my made up thing? Like, maybe my thing explains more things, but that doesn't make it any less made up.
There is a mystery for which we do not apparently have a sufficient understanding to offer an explanation to something in the universe. And people are instead saying, but I know of this God thing. Would anybody, absent someone proposing a God as an explanation, have a path to get to discover that it is in fact a God as an explanation? Not just that I can't think of a better one or this is the most plausible or whatever else. But when I'm evaluating something, one of the things that I have to consider about whether or not I'm going to change my mind is, what is the cost of accepting this? How many other positions and beliefs would I have to change because the foundations of my reasoning has been changed? If I accept the claim for a particular or even an abstract classical notion of God, what does that change about the laws and rules that I apply to what is a good reason? And how many other beliefs would I have to change? And we can put those into a reductio. And as long as we're willing to accept the foundations of reason, doing that in the sense of, if you're right, that would change this and this and this and this, and those things have stronger evidence for them, then we clearly aren't at least being reasonable yet.
So I have a question.
The fallacy, and it wasn't like Spielkalb, I von Sparta in the thing. It isn't really a non sequitur. It's really sort of an appeal to probability, which is just because something is possible doesn't mean that it's probable. Like, he seems to be riding on this idea of it's possible that a God exists, and if that God does exist, then he could have created the universe. And if that, you know, being could have created a universe and the universe, then it's probable that he did. And that's the fallacy. That's basically saying, hey, just because it's possible doesn't mean it's probable. But he seems to have shifted away from the probability argument here into, well, it covers all the bases kind of thing. You know, God, there are sort of, it fits with God. And what Matt's pointing out is everything fits with God. When you make your God definition that loose, everything will fit with it. If there was a 3-armed mutant Wookiee here, that would fit with your God. So when we talk about materialism, we have these causes and we have physics and we have these models that explain reality. If a fairy appeared in front of me, right, we would say, hey, that's a problem for materialism, right? Like the idea that a fairy can appear in front of you with, you know, not occupying the intervening space, but rather just appear. That's a problem for that. But it's not for a God, right? Because a God can do anything. So yeah, it's kind of
A
this
God could
this
could trick us.
right.
A real all-powerful God could send a fake God and you know, fuck with us and make us believe in the fake God. Like,
Oh,
haha, these fools.
I love that statement from B.S. Lewis. Absolutely. If everything is evidence, nothing is. Absolutely right.
Yeah. Also, I see
B.S.
BS
Lewis,
has upgraded his avatar.
beautiful.
Yee.
Love it. Yeah, no,
Question: What do
absolutely
you
love
mean?
it.
Yee.
You said, it's demonstrable. There's, we need to demonstrate. Braxton Hunter brought this up with you in his debate as well. What does this mean? How do we demonstrate something in your view, or what do you mean by that?
So it's a good question, because a lot of times when we're talking about these things, we'll use a word and everybody just assumes they know what it means, and maybe we're not even talking about the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, something that's demonstrable is something that we can, I mean, everything that we get through our senses and exploration. So can we set aside the problem of hard solipsism and just agree that we're sharing a universe?
Fair enough.
Sweet. As long as we're sharing a universe, then I have a way to demonstrate to myself and to others independently and get their confirmation of what is or isn't in this can, or that there is a can. It doesn't mean that the explanation itself needs to be materialistic, but because we are physical beings in a material world, that demonstration needs to be physical. And I'm not saying there could be a supernatural being, for example, that can interact, that can do miracles, that can do mind reading, that can do that kind of stuff. But there would be a manifestation in reality that is detectable, identifiable, discoverable. And that means that some things are going to need to be repeatable. Like a single occurrence is almost always going to be incredibly difficult for anybody to reasonably accept, unless it is in a category of something that is mundane. Like, I dropped my pen. Oops, now it's in the past. How do we explore the past? How do we investigate the past? Oh, somebody could have recorded this and it's an edited thing. Apart from the actual instant of doing it, how do I go about demonstrating it? Well, maybe we can go to the recording. Maybe we can go to the fact that it's live. Maybe we can see that the pen is on the floor. Maybe then we can make an abductive or an inference about what the best explanation is. At the end of the day, though, the claim that I knocked a pen on the floor, not a big deal.
You talked about the past. Now, you and I both accept the theory of evolution. Now, I have debated young Earth creationists. I'm debating one next month in Toronto.
Well, that's
They say
one
this
thing
kind of
in
same
his
stuff is-
favor. He accepts the theory of evolution. You've got to start somewhere. Sure, that's good. Point for Michael. Sure. There's a ton of evidence for evolution. I'm sorry, yerpers out there. There's just a ton. Like, really, it's if you're denying evolution, you're denying science. Sorry.
Yeah, and Michael, he may not understand a lot of the science, but he clearly very much likes the science, or at least he likes the sound of his own voice when he's talking about science, even if he doesn't understand it. It's something.
Yeah. Look, I'll take what I can get at this point.
Behold, the turtle, it moves.
The turtle moves. Yeah.
You can't demonstrate that single-celled organisms slowly evolved into hominids. And I go, I actually just say, yeah, I can't because I don't have a time machine. But I do have a lot of evidence, radiometric dating, looking at different transitional fossils, and I can make a good explanation, arguing to the best inference.
Right.
I'm trying to do the same thing here. I'm saying, look at all this data we have.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying we look at all this data we have. We have correlations, quantum cognition. We have evidence of mental correlations there. We have strong evidence of top-down causation from consciousness. We have no evidence of consciousness being reduced to matter. Yet we have plenty of evidence matter can reduce to consciousness just from basic philosophy.
As I pointed out earlier, you are taking those studies and instead of saying, well, there's the conclusion that the person made, you are taking those studies and adding on your own conclusions afterwards. So it's like when those people, and, young Earth creationists do it the worst, that they say, hey, because this evidence says that, we had to reevaluate where the genetic rate of this. Therefore, genetics is, evolution is wrong. They're adding stuff to the study and conclusions that the person that did the study did not make. And so it's not a problem for you to say, hey, I think that this evidence says this, but the evidence, that isn't what the person who wrote the evidence is saying. That is your addition to it.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to justify that addition, because without evidence that that is the case, that the extra thing you're adding is true, we shouldn't conclude that, because you aren't a neurobiologist, and you're not a neurologist, and you're not an expert in, sort of this problem. I believe you're a theologist, which is fine, or a philosopher. That's fine. It's just you can't say this study says this, and I'm going to make an extra conclusion and use the study to lend weight to that conclusion. No, we take the conclusion of the study, not the extra things you're adding on to the end of it.
Yeah, it's another form of jumping to conclusions. Is like seeing a conclusion and then you know adding this is exactly what the Bible prohibits, is like adding more shit onto what is written.
Right.
Like why are you doing this, Michael? Oh my goodness.
Hume's bundle theory or some of the stuff I was talking about earlier. It just seems like this is the best explanation for the same reason I accept the theory of evolution. It's the best explanation.
Except that when we're talking about things like radiometric dating, all of the different components of what we're talking to build our inference, because science is all inference. So everything that we're using to build that is something else that is demonstrable. So we're taking sturdy bits of things where we talk about, you and I could probably have fun with a young Earth creationist at some point, because I love when they do the, carbon dating is only good to 50,000 years. Hey, you're right.
Yeah.
You're actually correct, but it overlaps with a bunch of others. And that is that overlap that builds a case that is so compelling that we can have a reasonably good way of dating things to determine how old something is. Are there going to be mistakes, anomalies? You betcha. And that's already counted for in statistical analysis. And it's about being as right as we reasonably can. At no point in modeling the theory of evolution, which is what you're going to get from like young Earth creationists, is it, hey, this seems a lot like this, and so we're going to appeal to something.
It looks like a maple leaf.
Yep.
Something else. So mind comes from mind. Well, first of all, mind isn't particularly well defined, and there's disagreement about, is it the mind a product of the brain? Is it what the brain does? Is it a thing that actually exists, or is it an emergent property of something that exists? Like wetness from water type thing. Wetness doesn't exist. It is the interaction of particles, in a fluid.
I would disagree.
You think wetness exists?
No, I would not say it emerges from matter. Wetness is a mental property that we experience when we interact with water. It emerges in consciousness.
No.
What?
Like if you stick a dry stick into a puddle, the stick comes out
It
wet.
becomes
You
wet.
don't have to experience it to see that it's there. Like you can not even touch the stick to feel that it's wet. You can put it under a spectroscopic analysis and determine there's water on that stick. It has become wet,
And we know that certain metals, they oxidize when they become wet, and they rust after they become wet. Nobody needs to observe that for it to happen. Like, he's almost getting into this observer effect kind of thing that, the only way we know it's become wet is if someone goes and looks at it or feels it. No. Like,
you have to experience it for it to be real, which is
but
how evolution happened, I guess.
But that's going back to sort of solipsism, that if you don't go if you don't go back and look at it, then you don't know if it's wet. Well, yeah, of course you don't. But that doesn't mean that in reality that thing wasn't wet in the past. I'm struggling to wrap my head around this, because most people would agree that if you leave a something out in the rain, it becomes wet whether somebody feels it or touches it or sees it or whatever at all, right? Most people would say, hey, yeah, that's going to be wet. If that gets water on it, it's going to be wet, whether or not we interact with it. But he seems to be saying, hey, you've got to interact with it for it to be wet.
Yeah,
What?
yeah. Like we could take a paper with ink written on it, say inkjet ink, right? And we leave it out in the rain. We don't look at it. We don't touch it. We come back the next day, and the ink is all fucking melty because it got wet, even though it's dry now, and it was dry before. It experienced wetness with no human required. It's fucking wild. It's like that thing about, not just tree falls in the forest, but, humans experiencing the universe. Like, okay, great, but the universe existed long before we showed up. That's how we were able to show up, is because it was here before us without us to experience it at all. It's this block and theist mind that We have to be the special.
Yeah.
But, you know, as they like to invoke the laws of thermodynamics, the laws of thermodynamics make it very clear that it's quite possible for complex, ordered seeming life to emerge as a means of enacting greater entropy in a system that's experiencing a huge influx in energy like is occurring on Earth. Now, it's not a universal. Like we don't see life on Mercury. There's probably not life on Venus, etc. But since it could happen here, because it was possible, that's what did happen here.
Yeah.
And from that perspective, I know theists fucking hate it because it means, in the grand scheme of things, the universe isn't for humans. The universe is doing what the universe does. The planets are going around and around and around, and the stars are blowing up, and black holes are dancing and eventually merging, and all the fun things. And we're the glitch in the system. We're the erroneous bit of code loose on the surface of one rock orbiting one star, you know?
Yeah.
We're not the purpose. We're an accident.
Yeah, and that's an argument for consequence. It's like, well, you know, I don't like it that humans aren't special. The universe doesn't care. Something being true isn't an argument of what you want to be true or what you like to be true. Is not an argument for or against that thing. It's not. Oh, but if we're you know just a small particle in the universe, then and that doesn't really matter, then that you know that then we don't really matter, and that sucks. What's your point? It may actually suck, yes. Like doesn't mean that what you're saying is true. It means you don't like the alternative. That's not a reason to think that it is true. And I can't help your problem with that. Like, I can't help that you don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like that I don't have lottery money in my bank account because, like,
yeah,
my life would be so much simpler if I could just buy a reliable car instead of trying to fix up this one that keeps exploding randomly. Like, I don't like that I don't have lotto money. Therefore, I must have lotto money. That's how that works, right?
Yeah, and I think that's why a lot of these Christians fall into scams and they fall into people taking advantage of them because they seem to have this idea of what I want the consequences or the entailments of something, or the things that come with the things that I believe to be true, then that thing is true. I've even heard one person say, oh, you know, after you're dead, wouldn't you like to go to heaven? It's like, what I like is completely irrelevant to what will happen. Just because I like that to happen doesn't mean that it will happen. Like, how do you get there?
Yeah, like BS is referencing The Secret. It's the same thing. Like, believe in it and manifest it. Yeah, like I often say, one of the reasons that there is no way to be a theist, to have a religion that is not harmful, because at least to some extent you're deliberately disabling part of your own critical thinking, and that renders you vulnerable to stuff like the manifest cult and the quantum wealth people that Mark reviewed earlier in the week and so on. Like, once you believe that actual fucking magic can happen, then other people can fool you with that belief. It puts you at risk.
I blame Oprah for The Secret.
Damn it, Oprah. So much damage she's done. She gave away some cars, but my goodness.
And I mean, like, it's not like affirmations can't help, and sort of, you know, visualizing and sort of putting into place what you actually want out of life can absolutely help, but we don't have to pretend that that in itself manifests things. We can understand that if we visualize and work towards something and have a set goal for something, it is a lot more effective than not having a goal. Like, totally. We don't have to have this idea that we manifest this stuff into existence from wanting it. We don't have to pretend like that. What we can say is, if I have a clear idea of what I want and work towards it, I'm going to get to that thing. Well, yeah, no joke. That doesn't mean it magically manifests. We've got to separate those two things. Fuck The Secret. I'm sorry. I hate that. I really do. I really do.
It's frustrating because it's unfalsifiable, and people are so full of Texas sharpshooter fallacies. They're like, well, this one time I believed really hard and a parking ticket went away. Cool. Now do something about the fucking kids in Gaza, you know?
Yeah.
Fuck your manifestation. Ay, ay, ay.
I have no idea how to say that matter would create wetness, because wetness is a physical sensation that we experience in our mental reality.
One definition of wetness is certainly based on what we actually experience, although maybe everything is based on what we actually experience and describe that. However, there's a property of, there's two distinct things, piece of paper and fluid. And it's a property of how a fluid interacts with us that we describe as wet. That property isn't just us experiencing, our experience is tied to it. It is something about our interaction with that.
I would agree. I mean, I agree. My argument coming back to that, though, is the way we're going to describe that piece of paper, certainly in terms of mental properties, the way it feels, the way it looks, its sensations. Just to invoke the, Occam's razor, why invoke an entire substance? Why not invoke just mental phenomena, mental information kind of thing? Because that's one of my main arguments. We live in a giant mental reality, and I use this word very importantly, analogous to like some sort of simulation. Why pause it like when you're playing a video game? There's this discrete room you're walking into, and when you walk out, it's still there. Well, it's just code merging from the code kind of thing.
I thought we'd gotten past solipsism here. I thought he'd said, like, we grant that there is a physical world around us kind of thing. Like, we'd gotten past that solipsism, but obviously we haven't, because if you're saying, hey, this is, yes, our subjective minds are living in, like, so our apparent reality around us is just one mental construct. Sure. But we all sort of believe there is a physical world beyond that that's irrelevant to our mental construct. Like that if we leave our car out at night and it rains, it got wet. Even if we walk out and we can't feel the moisture, that happened.
Yeah, I mean, there's evidence we can deduce from, like, puddles and rust on the car, whatever. There's often signs of these things. It's not like a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it. But if you go through the forest the next day, you're going to see that fallen tree. Like, it did actually happen. You can verify things. And that's sort of the issue, is like, do you just believe things or do you verify things? And I think that's kind of what this debate boils down to.
And you can sort of say, with hard solipsism, which is what Matt talked about earlier, can we agree that there is a physical world around us and, like, get beyond that? Because when somebody sort of says and appeals to, and precepts do it all the time, they appeal to, oh, well, you can't really know that there's anything real at all. What they're sort of saying is you can't know absolutely. Like, you can't know definitively. But we're not claiming absolute knowledge. We're saying, hey, there's a lot of evidence, including our senses, that suggest that this is a physical world around us that is, that we're interacting with, that is shared with other people. And you can get down to, well, you can't tell your senses and stuff, but we really want to overcome that, because we're sort of saying, hey, those senses are the evidence. And that's why Matt went to, can we agree that our senses describe something real? He's trying to get beyond this whole thing of, well, how do you know anything's real? And get to, well, we agree there's a real physical world. We think that real physical world is not a product of our mind, even though our apparent reality, the one that we interact with, obviously the senses have to go through your mind and you evaluate it and things like that. But are we going to agree that that physical reality is independent of your mind? And if you agree, then wetness isn't just your, sort of, he's really trying to conflate the idea that you have a subjective experience through your interaction with the real world and the real world itself. Like, this is all just one mental construct. Yeah, but when we describe wetness, we're talking about the independent properties of water being on something that is not water, which is wetness.
Yeah,
A mind isn't required. Yeah.
If Michael were
Sorry.
correct, then it shouldn't be possible for there to be things that we cannot observe or directly interact with, because everything only exists when we observe or directly interact with it. But yet,
Right.
ultraviolet light can be demonstrated. Other living things interact with it, even though we don't see it. Subsonic sound. It'll make your dog's ears perk up, but you can't hear it. You're not observing it. You're not interacting with it. But it's still fucking real. You know, we can demonstrate. There's a bunch of invisible things that we can't detect or interact with directly through our senses that we observe having an effect on the world around us. And because we're very, very clever primates, we've developed machines that can detect those things for us, but we still can't interact with them directly. And yet they're fucking real. And under Michael's paradigm, that's not possible. And yet there they are.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to answer a couple of questions. First thing, Beamsy, Celtic beliefs are harmful. I'd have to know like precisely what you believe to like judge it overall. I'm certain there are helpful parts of it. I'm broadly familiar with Celtic mythology myself. It's mostly just cool stories and like the feeling of tradition. And it probably has some plus sides that may outweigh the harm. But I'm saying that it's not possible for any religion, any belief system, to be harmless. There is always an element of harm because of that disabling one's own critical thinking in order to continue to believe a thing that you cannot verify. I'm not saying it's harmful. What's that?
Can I jump in on that?
Sure.
Okay, so I think that anytime you believe something that is not in accordance with reality, I think it has the potential to be harmful. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be harmful, but I think that the best chance we have to be the least harmful is have the most accurate picture of reality that we can have. So again, like Ember says, depends a lot on what you believe. If you believe there's actually sort of Celtic gods, and that is not true of reality, then there definitely is a potentiality to be harmful there. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and Spielkalb says, what do you say about fine-tuning or the anthropic principle? So we've both addressed the fine-tuning several
Yeah,
times.
I sort of said it was a bit long for sort of in the middle of this. I'm happy to sort of go into it if you want.
Yeah, I was just going to do a quick soundbite on it. Is fine-tuning is, again, we've addressed it in other videos, so, you know, feel free to poke about if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty of it. There's one I did a few months ago with not Josh McDowell, the current McDowell, his son, Sean McDowell, and Stephen Meyer. We're talking about the fine-tuning argument, and I thoroughly tore that nonsense apart. But the short version, the cliff notes, is I don't think there is such a thing as fine-tuning. Like, there are certain specific values of the universe that we can determine, but it doesn't mean they were tuned. We have no reason to think they could be anything other than what they are. But even if they could be, and they simply turned out this way by chance or interaction of forces or whatever the case may be, a universe with different values doesn't mean life isn't possible, because again, that's assuming that creating life, specifically intelligent life, more specifically us, is the purpose. It means that if there were life, it would just be different from what we see here. And the anthropic, that kind of feeds into the anthropic principle thing too. Like, I'm a big fan of Galileo's version of the anthropic principle, that the universe we perceive is the way it is because it needs to be for us to be here to perceive it. If it were any other way, that isn't to say it would be empty, but if there were something perceiving it, it wouldn't be us. And that's really all there is to that. It's a matter of perspective. It's not we are here and therefore the universe must be the way it is. The universe is the way it is, which makes it possible for us to be here. But we're not inevitable. Just like anything that happens in evolution, for example, none of it is inevitable. It did happen, but it didn't have to happen.
Yeah, and I think fine tuning. I've sort of remarked it's probably the best one they've got, but there's so many loaded assumptions with it. As Ember said, like you've got to assume that there could be any other values to the universe, which we don't know if there can. You have to assume that there's no other interaction between forces. Like if you change one, another few values change. And there's also, and I want to add this. There's also an argument that the universe could be better fine-tuned, that the universe could be sort of, instead of expanding constantly, just stable and not expanding, or that there could be better balance to the universe. So I think that undermines the idea of fine-tuning if the universe could be more stable than it is. And I think I heard that one from Connor, the Alex Connor. What was
Yeah,
his name?
the former cosmic skeptic, Alex O'Connor.
Cosmic Sector, yeah, Alex
Yeah.
O'Connor, that's the one. Yeah, no, great argument. Like, what does that say? Does that invalidate the fine tuning principle? Does it mean that sort of God was a bit relaxed on his fine tuning? Do we have any other universes to examine their constants and how they came up with? This is the thing, we sort of look at our constants and say, well, that's the only way it could be. How do we know that for sure? Because at the moment we can only use our physics in our universe to examine anything. Is there different physics in another universe? I don't know. Maybe there is, and maybe that universe, the physics that wouldn't apply to us would perfectly apply to that universe. But I don't know. So, I think fine tuning really falls down in the assumptions that it's making.
Yeah, because it fundamentally has to assume that this universe is the best possible universe, and we don't have any reason to think that either. It's trippy.
Yeah.
Icarus says, if a tree falls and God doesn't exist, did the tree actually fall?
I would hope that if trees are conscious, they would know they fell. There you
Yeah,
go.
that's
Problem
a good
solved.
point.
Yeah.
Beansy says, if a tree falls on a mime in the middle of a forest and with no one around, does anyone care? I mean, the mime would care, and the tree, because it's conscious, would also care, and
Yeah.
possibly the squirrel that just got his nuts startled off of him.
That's true. Yeah. I think Terry Pratchett, who's one of my favorite authors, sort of said that. It's like someone will always know, there'll be the lone squirrel or bird passing overhead that'll see it, like. Does the bacteria count for the observer effect, Michael? Could you answer that question, please?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, because of the way everything creates ripples that affect everything else, it's theoretically possible that, the tree fall in the forest, for example, like, because the sound attenuates with distance, we can't consciously hear it. But because the sound waves never actually fully stop, you're, in a sense, hearing every tree fall in every forest everywhere on the planet. You're just not aware of it.
But it's very strange to think, and it sort of goes into what you were saying earlier, Ember, about sort of the anthropic principle, where we are special kind of thing. Why does the quantum waveform collapse on our awareness of it, but the bacteria on it doesn't cause that collapse? What is it about us observing it instead of a bacteria who's crawling on it? Because bacteria are everywhere. Unless you're in a clean room, you kind of can't get away from them. Like, why doesn't it collapse then? Why doesn't it collapse when something else observes it?
Yeah. What if, I mean, why does it even need observers if there is a God who's omniscient and therefore is a universal observer? There's always an observer then, so why should there be a detectable observer effect if everything is being observed? It's very strange. And also, I see the weasel has arrived. Praise the weasel. Maya summoned him by blaming him for. I forget what Maya blamed him for. It's in the chat records though.
Look, I'm going to start a don't blame the weasel hashtag. Don't blame the weasel. I'm going to start that right now. It begins here. The blame on the weasel ends.
Yes, free the
Oh,
weasels.
it was magnets. Oh, it's always magnets.
It is. And Al has appeared. Hell, Al. And
Hey, Al.
BS asks, well, what if you were deaf? Well, then you wouldn't, but you could feel the vibrations. Maybe not at a conscious level, but you'd still feel the vibration. I mean, if you're a brain in a jar, you're not really hearing anything anyway. It's very, very interesting. Now I'm way the hell behind in the chat, so it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, theists never achieve object permanence. Blame the weasel with a magnet. Oh, but Mark has been promoted in the weasel cult. Excellent.
Nice.
You're now an
Assistant weasel wrangler.
Yeah, an acolyte, perhaps a ferret, something like that.
A mongoose.
Yeah. Oh, we're so off track.
Yeah, that's okay. We're kind of
We'll
on
take David Hume's
track.
bundle theory.
Well, yeah, we're track
Yeah.
adjacent,
Yeah.
track tangent. Literally, we're like the track is over there somewhere, and we're yeah, tangent though. Yeah.
He talks about physical objects. You can explain everything in terms of their properties, their mental properties. Take away all the properties, what do you got? Well, nothing. So why posit? So just vote Occam's razor. Why posit a discrete material substance beyond the mental there?
Who? I don't know that I am positing that. So one of the things.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm interested.
So if you take away all of the physical properties or all the physical components of something, you also take away all of its ability to interact with anything else. There doesn't have to be a mental experience for there to be friction. It doesn't have to be a mental experience for there to be a strong nuclear force or a weak nuclear force. You take away these things, it's about how they interact. And our interaction with a water or fluid, we describe that as wet. But also the wetness, this reduction in friction and the ability to slide over, occurs all the time, even without our experience. It occurs between the molecules interaction and between water's interaction with other things. There's a reason why we can use a water cutter to cut through metal, even though dripping water on metal isn't going to do it. It's because the interactions between them, which isn't our experience, is something that we can then describe. Ooh, that's rough interaction, that's friction interaction.
I like where you're going because you're describing everything in terms of physics. And that's what I agree with. Physics reduces to mathematics. Again, it all reduces to information. Whether we're describing things.
No.
That's how we describe the things we're observing. It doesn't make the things exist. For fuck's sake, it's not magic, Michael.
Just because we're using physics to describe the physical interactions of things doesn't make the physical interactions of things a mental construct or information in some way. Like he's sort of backing into idealism that things are based primarily in mental constructs, and then that information is in the world. Like it's this weird thing. And I've never gotten idealism. I've never understood why you think that the physical interactions are just a mental picture. We're describing physical things. We're not. And that's the reification fallacy. If you're interested, the mistaking the map for the place. This is painful.
Yeah, like if what Michael is asserting were true, then and I've ranted about this before. I even made a short about it because it was kind of epic. But the short version is, if it were true that believing a thing, imagining a thing, and then creating a formula to describe the thing caused the thing to be, then we could all just wish ourselves to be millionaires or, make the sun rain down Skittles or any fucking damn thing we can think of, as long as we can come up with a formula for it, It's that's not how reality works, Michael. And we could show it if it were. In fact, if that did work, then we might be able to pose this as a supernaturally powered universe. Whether we can observe the god directly or not, we'd at least be on the same page. There's something supernatural going on.
things by mental sensations, mental phenomena, or physics, we're all describing it in terms of information, basically. And in terms of information, I want to make sure, let me define this. I'm going off C.E. Shannon's 1948 Mathematical Theory of Communication. So if materialism is true, information refers to material arrangements. If idealism is true or substance dualism is true, information will refer to phenomenal states that can be qualitatively discerned from one another. Qualia, sound, sensations, thoughts, mathematics, mental phenomena. He strictly says, so when I talk about information, I want to be clear what I'm actually describing here. I'm referring to mental phenomena. Now, if we don't have any evidence for the material beyond what we're sensing, experiencing, why not just explain it in terms of the information itself, which would be an idealistic account, and it gets us right back to where we were.
Well, it would be arguing for some version of hard solipsism.
I would disagree completely.
Because, so would you agree with me that if we removed every thinking mind from the universe, friction is still something that is going to occur in the universe?
Not the physical emergence of it, but the information of it just happening there. So to give an analogy, going back to the video game thing.
How, if you remove every thinking mind from the universe, how does the
Friction
concept of information even make sense?
It doesn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't. He's sort of going, well, because the only information we have about the physical universe involves our minds, then and it's a real philosophy kind of. It's basically, if a tree falls in a forest, do we really know that it fell? Because the only way we can check is by using our minds. So he's hiding behind this idea of, well, if everything is information to us, then everything is information. And Matt's coming from, well, there's a physical world, and he, believes and knows that physical world, even if every mind was removed from it, would still exist. And I don't understand why someone would think that that physical thing would not exist if you remove the mind from it. I don't understand that. Because if we start to remove minds, if like, for instance, I witness something and Ember doesn't, in my abstraction, my for lack of a better word, apparent reality, that did happen. And in Ember's apparent reality, it didn't happen because he never observed it. She never observed it. I'm so sorry. She never observed it. So I don't get this. I don't understand. So if we remove all minds, it is far more logical to say, as we remove minds, it basically didn't happen in the apparent reality, but still happened in that objective reality, that sort of reality that actually exists.
Yeah, to change it a different perspective.
Go for it.
On a
Sorry,
similar
yeah.
thing is we communicate ideas in English because we both speak English.
Yes.
So we could take that concept and say the reality underlying the universe is just ideas being communicated in English. So if humans all went extinct, the universe would still, on some level, continue speaking English. It's confusing the means of communication for the actuality of the thing.
Yes. I don't understand.
Yeah, unless the universe does speak English, but then what about the Spanish-speaking people?
Well, I mean, he accepts evolution. I hope he accepts sort of, Big Bang and all of that kind of stuff. So as far as we know, there was a point at the Big Bang, say, where there was no minds. But I think he's trying to argue that we get to today and then we look back and then the past rewrites itself. So the Big Bang happened in the past because of this time thing that he's talking about, which is so freaking weird.
Yeah, you run into a bit of a paradox. Like, we start to exist and observe the universe, and because we observe the universe, it retroactively creates itself all the way back to the Big Bang, because there has to be some starting point, apparently.
Yeah.
But how do we emerge to do the observing if the universe doesn't exist until we observe it?
Right.
there's a bit of a problem there.
That's a really good point.
If you have, let's say you're in an RPG game, you come across some sort of site that you could see like train track friction that happened in that video game's past. It didn't physically happen, like the information arrangement got there, but there was no physical observers to sort of cause collapse, to observe the physical phenomena. But you can still have the underlying information processing taking place to get you to that point. So there's a difference I'm distinguishing here between the information and the material.
So it seems, and I don't want to lay down a trick route ticket here. I just legitimately want to understand this. Because it seems what's happening is you have a view and it's going to lead to an eventual collapse at some point. Because, for example, if this is all just information and is contingent upon a mind, then you can't have evolution at all. You can't have chemicals interacting because there's no mind there. And so therefore you posit a God mind to serve as that which is going to collapse. Okay, then how do you solve that?
Well, that's a good question. I'm glad you brought that up. So in terms of that, so I don't say that, I talked about this in my video on the cosmic conscious argument. I don't say that God is sort of like, has some sort of giant eyeball looking down on space and some sort of globe or whatnot. So the evolution of the wave function is deterministic. This is something Lawrence Krauss said in his debate with, I forget, I think it was Dinesh D'Souza or something. I can't remember exactly. That wave function is still deterministic. The information within the wave function is still deterministically evolving to get to a certain point. When it comes in contact with a conscious observer, all that happens is it collapses to the physical appearance of it. So as Fred Kuttner, Bruce Rosenblum say in their book Quantum Enigma, absence of there being a physical particle there, that's just the wave function, the evolution of that information. And then when an observer comes in, it causes sort of like the collapse of the physical particle. Best way I can explain it is an analogy. I found the analogy works really well. The video game, you have these sort of getting to that certain.
Yeah, Dr. Tapp has this one. The collapse isn't a real thing. It's an optical illusion that we seem to experience when we deliberately miss. This isn't what Tapp said. You can see what he said, but I'm expounding on it. It's not even an optical illusion really, but it is a function of the measurement problem, which again isn't like a law of physics. It's a problem with the state of our equipment. If we had better equipment that didn't violate the uncertainty principle, we could get better measurements. We don't have that equipment, but if we did, we could. I'm not even sure what that would look like.
Well, yeah, and like all technologies, we don't know if it's even possible until we do it. So, we don't know if it's possible to overcome the uncertainty principle. It may be. It may not be. We don't know because we haven't invented the technology yet.
Tachyon.
If we had, we'd be using it.
Tachyons are the solution to all the things. I don't know. I really enjoy the concept of tachyons.
Yeah, I think Michael really is like reading, like trying to get his idealism into quantum physics, that he's really trying to say, well, quantum physics has an indeterminate state that collapses upon measurement. That means everything's in an indeterminate state, but not indeterminate as in we can't determine it, but indeterminate as sort of not manifested at all until we, and I'm not sure that that's what, Tapp will correct me if I'm wrong, but not manifested in any way physically until something observes it. And that is not what they are saying.
That kind of reminds me, a tangent, but it involves a book.
Okay.
I think it's called The Quantum Magician, and it's a really fascinating story. It drives me nuts the way it takes quantum witchery and really doubles down on the witchery part, but it's got an interesting premise. Basically, it's in the far future. Humans have an interstellar civilization, but the trick is interstellar travel is impossible because humans have to do some really, really advanced calculations to basically open a wormhole to travel between star systems. But when you try to do the calculations, whether you're using a computer or if you have the brain to do it yourself, whatever, there's a conscious mind involved. And because of the observer effect, you immediately collapse the improbability fields that are necessary to generate the wormhole. So the only way to make interstellar travel possible is we've genetically engineered certain kinds of humans who can turn off their consciousness but still remain aware, so that they become an objective observer. They're a non-personal observer. and they're the
Yeah,
quantum magicians. They do the quantum witchery to make the wormholes possible because they're not actually observers in the sense of being a being.
I don't think it works like that. And
No,
why isn't
not even a little
bacteria-
bit. But it's
But
it's
why
a
isn't a
fascinating concept.
bacteria an observer?
Yeah,
I
like what
don't
constitutes an observer?
Right.
So yeah, it's a premise thing, but you know.
Point when a conscious observer comes in, the information is building up. All the observer does is just cause physical collapse, but the information was still there.
Which observer? The person playing the game?
The person playing the game.
So now, if I step away from the game and it keeps going without me, and there's not another person involved,
Well, no.
nothing's happening within that simulated
I'm
reality.
referring to the avatar, the person you are using. If you were in a video game room and then you walk out of that room, does the room still exist in some sort of absolute space setting?
Well, first of all, it depends.
Well, no, it doesn't. It's just-
It does depend. Okay, hang on. It depends on the type of game we're talking about. Because
Right.
if the game is a simulation of a house that doesn't remove the rooms so that you can go in and out of them, then that room is still being essentially rendered within the engine of the game, even though you're not in that room to look at it.
But it's not on the screen, so all that it exists.
Okay?
in
The screen, you might, that's like saying if I close my eyes, does the world go away?
Well, I mean, I'm not actually arguing that because I understand decoherence. So
But you are arguing that.
I don't think he does understand decoherence.
I don't think he does either.
Like, in fairness, I don't know that any human does fully understand decoherence,
Yeah.
but Michael clearly does not understand it.
But Matt's right. He's sort of saying, hey, if you've got a character in a game and you leave the room and you're not playing anymore, does the room just vanish? And that might not necessarily be the case. Just because it's not on the screen doesn't mean that it's not being rendered in some way by the graphics engine. But also, you've got a problem with comparing a game to reality. You've sort of got a circular argument that you're sort of saying, well, reality is like a game and games are like reality. It's like, well, hang on a second. How do you know that? And you know, I mean, I guess Matt isn't a physicist and neither am I, to be honest with you, but it certainly sounds like he's got the wrong end of quantum physics here to say, hey, the waveform is this, you know, all these possibilities. And it could be any of them, and it's just this nothing until somebody observes it and then it collapses into its current form. No, I don't know.
Yeah,
No.
there's a very surface level misunderstanding. Games that we make to resemble reality. They are not reality,
Right.
because we made them that way. We did that on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Ay, ay, ay.
Wow.
Because you just said if it's not on the screen, it can't be said to exist.
well, I'm using that as an analogy. Remember, I made that very specific. I'm using this as an analogy.
Okay.
So,
But it goes back to the question that I was asking, which is if there aren't any thinking minds in the universe, do things like friction and you know, do chemical molecules interact? And the answer is yes, they must.
well, they interact in an information setting, but there's no reason to just posit they would sort of exist in the space-time temporal setting because
Why wouldn't they? Is this infinite
Why?
CPU that's rendering the universe need to save storage space and not render it unless someone's looking?
I don't know how he got to this idea that, like, before anybody observes it, it exists as information. Like, how the
Like,
hell do you
how-
actually demonstrate that?
And how would the graphics processor of the universe even know? Like when we point our telescope at a galaxy that's 13 billion years in the past, well, it has to be rendered because we're looking at it. But how did the universe know 13 billion years ago to render it as a galaxy instead of just being information on the off chance we might look at it? Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't make
Well,
any damn sense.
It sounds like he's saying, yeah, there's so many things wrong with this. I kind of expected better of Michael, to be honest with you, because he's sort of putting out there a completely unfalsifiable proposition. Another one, apart from the God one, he's putting out another one, which is that, like, before we observe something, it's all just information with no actual physical structure at all, and then collapses into information once it's observed by us. But the only way we're going to have measurements, we have to observe stuff, right? We have to go and observe it. So it's kind of like if you know, a tree falls in a forest and nobody observes it, does the waveform collapse? And it's sort of like, well, the only way you're going to find out is to go and frigging look at the thing. Like it's philosophers' semantics kind of thing. It's unfalsifiable because the only way we can investigate to see if there was a past is to actually go and observe it. It's this paradox that we've got here. And he's preying on it to sort of go, oh, well, I'm going to assert that it was all just information that collapsed. How do you demonstrate that? Because once you go to get the evidence of it, you're observing it. And then you go, well, I can't because, you know, as soon as we observe it, then it's already collapsed and we can't show that it used to be. Then what have you got? You've got nothing then. Wow.
Yeah, although I can think of a way that we could verify it if that were the case. We could point our telescopes over this way and see a galaxy 13 billion years ago. And then we point our galaxies over, or we point our telescopes over that way, and we see the same galaxy because it's a computer program and the background repeats at a certain level of distance.
But, you know, we're talking about sort of a system that is unlimited. So, you know, they can do whatever they want. It's this idea of, well, yeah, I thought we'd gotten beyond hard solipsism. We're not there yet.
Yeah. Yeah, now I have a
'Cause
fun idea.
He's
What-
going
what
to
if-
simulation theory, which is hard solipsism. Like he's basically saying, hey, this is a simulation, you know, once it gets out of observer range, it de-renders or you know, it doesn't render until an observer is there, or you know, and the waveform collapses like in a sim. And it's like, well, I thought we'd gotten beyond the simulation thing, but obviously we
If
haven't.
you get too far from the Pokemon, it despawns.
Right.
Dr. T gifting 5 Emberships. Let's see. We got B.S. Lewis and Counter Apologetics with Nara the Atheist, and Billy
Yay.
Bungs-a-Lot, Daniel Roman, and Jane M. Cannon. Oh, congratulations.
And it looks like tap hit B.S. Lewis. There you go.
Yeah, yeah. And enjoy all the fun emojis and all the other assorted perks. Yee. There are some. I don't know all of them off the top of my head because I've got too many things going on in my head. But depending on the level, the match level exists for people who just want to play with the emojis because the emojis are freaking fun, and members get to vote on new ones when new slots open up. So that's a fun thing in and of itself. The higher levels get access to behind the scenes stuff. Like there's some community posts I make that are visible only to members of Spark and higher. There's sometimes I'll release a video that does very, very badly, but I don't want to delete it, so I'll make it members exclusive. Or sometimes a thing will just be members exclusive. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. Plus, there's early access to videos. Like right now, I think members have access to the video that's coming out tomorrow, as well as the one that's coming out in 2 weeks. Yeah, there's lots of perks. my mid-show shilling. Although, well, we're probably closer to the end of the show than the mid part.
Probably,
But,
yeah.
Yeah, you know, details. Dr. T says my OnlyFans is extremely exclusive. Yeah, as soon as I figure out how to get that working, I'll probably put that on my list of things to shill for too. I don't know.
There's no need for them to be. It's, again, the wave function would just simply be deterministic without collapsing to a definite position.
It's if you're saying if we eliminated every thinking mind in the universe right now, that everything would stop because there'd be nothing to collapse the waveform.
Well, essentially, yes, that's what I'm arguing.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to possibly argue against that. That seems to me to be an unfalsifiable proposition.
Yes,
that
it
violates
is.
Occam's razor.
It really, but also
It really is.
there
yeah.
was a time in the universe when that was the case. So how did things manage to happen so that abiogenesis could occur, so that evolution could occur, so eventually there'd be thinking minds to observe the universe? It just doesn't work. And again, as we keep mentioning, but it needs to be insisted upon. If there is a single omniscient mind that counts as the omni observer, then none of this is necessary. There should be no point in the universe that doesn't render or whatever.
Right. So if you're basically saying it requires characters in the game to render that game, and there's a point where there's no characters in the game, how do you render it? You're basically saying, hey, you need a mind to put something in it, basically. That is so silly and just like, why? How do you know that?
Well, book said a thing, and therefore I made up a bunch of bullshit to justify the thing the book said. Ay, ay, ay.
Because
no, I could argue that it is falsifiable. You have to find hidden variables within quantum mechanics, because it goes back to what I was talking about in my opening setting. So there was an experiment called the confirmation of the Cauchy-Specker theorem. The Cauchy-Specker theorem argues that non-contextuality is incompatible with quantum mechanics. Now, what does that mean? Let me sum it up in a quote from Anton Zellinger. He says, what we perceive as reality now depends on our decision of what to measure, which is a very interesting implication about the universe. We're not just passive observers, end quote. So what he's basically arguing is that the Cauchy-Specker theorem, which was confirmed in 2011, does actually show that we aren't passive observers. We are playing an intricate role. 2006, 2007, there was something called the violation of the Leggett inequality. They falsified all non-local hidden variables that were testable. Now, it is possible. There are some hidden variables, like maybe the Bohmian wave and Bohmian mechanics, is somehow giving us the illusion that the observer is somehow playing a role. The problem is there's just no evidence for it. And the most likely explanation is that observers actually are playing a role. This is why I rely so much on people like Fred Kuttner.
That's the fundamental behind the uncertainty principle. If you measure a thing, then you change something about that thing in the process of, at least at the quantum scale. You bounce a photon off of an electron, you might learn where the electron is at the precise moment the photon hit it, but now you've changed its vector. So it's you don't know where it is or how fast it's going because you measured it. But that's not the same as what we choose to measure causing changes in the universe. Like, oh my goodness. Oh.
Yeah, I think he's reading a lot into this, like a lot.
Dr. T says his statements in the last couple sentences have been correct. I'll take your word for that, because he's quoting shit I've never heard of. I know we often Google shit in the middle of a stream. I'm not gonna, because he just keeps throwing out more shit.
Yeah.
Henry Stapp, who have argued for this, that we just have to follow the philosophical conclusions to what's actually showing us.
So curiously, while I'm not a physicist, I mean, some of the physicists that you've cited and referenced, like Sean Carroll, obviously doesn't agree with the conclusions that you reach on it.
Nope.
I don't have any expertise in this area, and yet as we sit here talking about whether or not the world would cease to exist if we removed all thinking minds, and you seem to think that one of these models has essentially found a way to falsify that, I'm unaware of it. I'm not just doing the subjective unconvinced, but I don't know how this gets us to a God.
Well, that goes back to my original arguments I gave. Right. So the universe, once again, is emerging from consciousness.
But this is all just by analogy. So in the same way that you're saying this model would seem to suggest that a materialistic view, a standard materialistic view, just doesn't work. And so therefore there must be a God. However, what there must be if a materialistic view, which I think we would all agree is incomplete and is never asserted to be complete. So the real situation that we have is our current understanding within a materialistic view, even not just philosophically materialist, but a methodologically materialistic view, where we just don't get to appeal to the supernatural until such time as it gets to, demonstrates, as it's been demonstrated to be real and be able to affect reality. A materialistic view doesn't have all the answers, and we don't have enough information, or we don't have a good enough understanding to say things, and therefore it's plausible to say that there must be some sort of non-materialistic explanation there. How do you determine that it's more plausible to suggest a non-materialistic explanation than it is to suggest that there's a materialistic explanation that we are as yet unaware of?
Have you ever read a book called For and Against?
I've never read a book.
Well, let me pour you a drink then.
Cool.
Have you read a book called For and Against Method by Emery Lakatos and Paul Feyerabend? It's a pretty good book on philosophy of science. I always recommend it when people want to learn how science is done. In that book, Emery Lakatos is trying to respond to Paul Feyerabend, who is famous for trying to argue that science is like art. And he's recognizing the subjectivity of scientists, but he's also responding and trying to save the objectivity of science. And one of the things he talks about is degenerate and progressive research programs. You asked, how do I know about it's more probable that it's an immaterial, otherwise a non-material explanation? Because right now, as you were talking about, and all the evidence I was giving, the materialistic research program is degenerate. It's having to get more ad hoc to explain things away. Now, that doesn't prove I'm right. The materialism is wrong. It does lend credence to the idea it isn't. The second way I do it is the same way I would respond to young Earth creationists. When they say, well, how do you know God just didn't make it that way? I'm saying, well, yeah, it's possible, but it's not likely given the current data.
Hold on. He's sort of saying the materialistic model is getting things wrong. That's science. Science in general will get things wrong. That's the hallmark of science. It's not a bug. It's a feature. Like, you're sort of saying, hey, the materialistic paradigm is getting things wrong. Yeah, that's science. It'll point out what it's gotten wrong. But what you're doing is saying, hey, I'm going to posit something that can't possibly be wrong because it can't possibly be investigated. What we're doing is
the most unfalsifiable thing we can think of is the most probable thing until the next most unfalsifiable thing comes along. It's weird.
It's
better to argue the objectivity of art rather than the subjectivity of science. And also, yeah, cake is wonderful. As BS said, Michael wants cake and also wants to eat cake. I mean, it's easier to eat cake when you have cake, but once you eat the cake, then you no longer have the cake. And Fern has appeared. Cake. Yes. The cake is a lie, though. And it's kind of...
The cake is a lie. Because the cake does not exist until the waveform collapses, when you observe the cake.
Yes, you must have... Quantum cakes. But if there's infinite cakes in superposition, surely you can eat one and still have several.
Yeah, I don't think that Michael is right about his sort of statements here about sort of quantum waveform collapse. I think he is adding a whole bunch onto the end of it for stuff that we just don't know. Like we don't know all of this stuff. But if this is a falsifiable idea, how do you falsify it? Right. So if it is that the waveform is there is nothing physical and the waveform causes collapse and then becomes this thing, how do you falsify that without observing it? I don't understand. I am genuinely curious how you falsify Michael's assertion there without first observing something. I don't understand.
Yeah. This is painful for Dr. T.
Sorry, Dr. T.
Michaels. I mean, we have good Michaels, we have bad Michaels. Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels has a similar problem when we discuss the younger Hovind because they have the same first name. So I'm constantly going, Eric, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah.
It's a struggle. Someday I'll come across an Ember who's on the side of evil.
In the future to support that, then I'll take that view. So when you say, how do I know it's not a future materialistic explanation? Very well could be. Let's wait to see what actually happens. But for right now, I'm going to argue this is the best explanation given our current data and our current understanding.
Okay, so that didn't really answer the question I asked, I think, because if basically it was, my point was that we don't have a materialistic explanation for X, and that we also understand that we don't have a full understanding, and that every time we found an explanation for X, it's been material to, or whatever X. And here we are without an explanation for something, and you are positing that a supernatural explanation or a non-material explanation is more plausible or more probable than a material explanation that we don't know. And when asked why you would think it's more plausible or more probable, you talk about basically complaining that people are doing materialism wrong, that materialism is collapsing on itself. Materialism isn't collapsing on itself. Maybe people are doing things wrong. It's just like the science isn't going to collapse on itself. Now, materialism asserting that it is the one and only explanation for stuff, that's something that I don't accept and haven't put forward anyway, because I don't know how you could demonstrate that in the first place, that every explanation needs to be material. But I live in a world where every time we've explained something, it's been material. At no point have we ever explained something and confirmed that the explanation is supernatural. And throughout history, people have said, hey, materialism doesn't have an explanation for this, therefore I'm going to posit a supernatural explanation and say that it is the best current explanation we have. And like I pointed out earlier, it may be the case that it's the best explanation, even though it's not an explanation at all. It doesn't have any explanatory power. It is just it is indistinguishable from saying magic did it or mystery did it or whatever else. It's just we put a label on it. And so
it's worse than that, because if magic did do it and we could confirm that, and then we could like learn about magic and how to harness it and then cause it to do certain things, then magic would become part of naturalism. It would become part of materialism. Right. It would eventually become a science. There'd be like taumaturgy and necromancy and all these things. They'd all become ologies. So it's worse than that, because we're making up shit. And the point of it is to be unexplainable.
Well, I don't know. I don't think that a magic would become part of a naturalistic explanation, because I think that, yeah, I'm not 100% sure of that, because I think that if that did exist and you could create fire without any kind of combustion or naturalistic explanation, I think that would be something that we would say, hey, that violates natural laws. I don't know about that. That's a very good question. That's a very good question. But why a god? Why not just a mechanism that causes waveform collapse? Why? Like, I don't understand why a god still. Like,
So
it could be some
have
other supernatural mechanism, or
I have another fun idea, but it involves spoilers for Three Body Problem, so I'll save it for a future stream.
Okay. But there's also the problem that, and I want to just touch on this. It's not a great sort of criticism of Michael, but he isn't, there's been a stampede away from the specific gods that people believe in to this very deistic, sort of very loose, well, it's a god that sort of just presides over the universe kind of thing, and everything in its naturalistic. This isn't the reason why he believes in a god. This is justification for his belief in Christianity. So not only do you have to believe that this was all created in the mind of a god, you also have to believe that it sent its son down, etc., and sacrificed itself to.
Yeah, because if you're on the mind of a god thing, then you have Brahma.
Right.
You need even more extra mystery baggage to make it be Christianity flavored.
Right. But I've noticed sort of lately there's been a stampede away from your personal god, and let's just go for a god of some variety, even if it's sort of a deistic, well, they imagined the universe and everything else happens just as it happens kind of thing. So it's a very, very small nitpick, because, this is obviously evidence for a god rather than for Christianity. But still, it's sort of, very, very, this is very, very deistic.
Yeah, which, if your god is so cool, you shouldn't have a problem demonstrating that god instead of just, like, where's the connection? Like, even if all this pointed to a god, how do you get from a god, my god? And he won't do it. And this is a thing that frustrates me in a lot of these debates.
Yeah.
Like, even William Lane Craig, he won't stand by his god. He'll just try to make it seem likely that there's a god, and therefore his must be the one,
Mm-hmm.
Fuck's sake.
if we've gone through this and have yet to confirm anything supernatural, I don't know how you could say that it's more likely that the explanation is supernatural until such time as we find a natural explanation or material explanation. But what's worse than that is that what you said was that I'm going to keep believing it's supernatural until we come up with a material explanation. It's literally, I mean,
Well,
we can rewind. That's what you were saying, that this is the best explanation, so I'm going to accept it. And my objection here is that accepting what you find to be the best explanation and then putting a burden of proof on someone to show you wrong, which you've done repeatedly, from your opening statement right up until just a minute ago, from your opening statement where you're like, here's what Matt needs to do. He needs to come up with a more plausible explanation than the one I've offered.
That was a wince. That was definitely a wince from Michael there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You've
You're
been
not
caught.
wrong. Yeah, he's not wrong. He's
Yep.
not wrong.
I think Matt's laying on the vice grip now.
Yep.
That's not the way reason works. Reason isn't just, nobody else has come up with an explanation. Nobody else has come up with a better explanation. So I'm just going to go with this one. That's not what skepticism is. That's not how reasoning works. That's not critical thinking. The real position is to proportion your confidence to the actual evidence for something and to accept something tentatively to the degree that it's supported by evidence. At no point is it, I'm going to believe this until somebody proves me wrong.
Well, there's a couple of misconceptions I need to go over here. I'm not saying, I'm just positing this just because. This is why I started out with the evidence. I laid down several pieces of evidence. And I never said supernatural because I reject that distinction entirely. I don't even know what supernatural means. Every time
We're in
someone
the
talks
same
about supernatural, natural distinction, it's so arbitrary. I don't know.
Except that you're asserting it's non-material, which I would say is supernatural.
So then is quantum entanglement supernatural because it doesn't happen in space-time? It violates the speed of light.
No,
I don't know.
No,
Is
it's
consciousness
not.
supernatural?
I don't know.
Well, then there you
No,
go.
it
If you're just going
does
to say, I don't.
not.
Yeah,
It doesn't violate the speed of light.
that's a fundamental
And-
misunderstanding of how that fucking works.
And does it happen in space-time? Well, yeah. I mean, why isn't it happening in space-time? I don't understand.
Yeah, like, okay, so to clarify for anybody who's not familiar, what he's talking about is it's not Einstein's spooky action at a distance. It's
Right.
and entanglement is just particles. They get connected in such a way that if one is pointing up, the other is pointing down. And when we measure the one and see that it's pointing up, then we know the other is pointing down. Measuring it does not cause it to be pointing up, and therefore the information is communicated instantaneously to the other to tell it to point down. It's that if this one's pointing up, the other is pointing down. Like they already are that way. It's really no different than if your computer is off, then your monitor is black. Turning your computer off doesn't instantaneously transmit to your monitor to be black. It simply is. That's the state that it's in because of the existing relationship. But it's worse than that because it's closer to well, no, that's actually a better analogy might be well, magnets. If you measure one side of a magnet and you determine that it's north polarized, then the other side of the magnet is south polarized. It's not communicating the information faster than the speed of light.
Right,
it always has been south polarized.
Yeah, but sort of, I mean, he's kind of, it almost feels like he's kind of going, well, the entanglement doesn't go through usual space-time. Like they're connected in such a way, but it's not through in the way that we would understand things in a, like I'm connected to my sort of head or whatever. Like they're not connected in that way, but they're connected in such a way that they're still actions upon one affect the actions upon another. But that A, doesn't violate the speed of light, and two, it doesn't mean that it's somehow outside of space and time. Like I don't understand.
Yeah, it's a noof. I mean, as the side chat is discussing, even fucking gravity travels at the speed of light. Like, come on now.
Yeah.
Or, well, gravity waves, I should say, since gravity itself is a distortion in space-time, not a thing that travels, but details.
Well, no, I'm going to say that.
And I'm not just saying I don't know. I'm saying I don't know and you don't either, but you seem to be claiming that
How
you
do
do.
you know I don't know?
I don't know that you don't know.
Then
What
don't
I'm
say
saying
that.
is that your argument for why you know is flawed.
How?
Because saying something is the best explanation that we have, we know that the fact that something is the best explanation we have doesn't mean it has any there's any likelihood that it's actually true or that it is the best explanation we will ever have.
It's possible, yeah.
So it's like saying, hey, the butler did it is the best explanation I have.
Well, first of all, I don't like comparing things to sort of murder investigations for the very simple reason that in a court of law, you have to
He's
believe
been
beyond all
doing
reasonable doubt.
analogies all frigging day. You've used analogies between plants and conscious being. You've used analogies between simulations and the real world. You've used analogy after, and this particular one where we go, where should we consider to be reliable things? If the best explanation is the one that we go for, regardless of the evidence behind it, you go, well, no, I don't like that kind of analogy. Yeah, I bet you freaking don't. But it's a good analogy. Wow.
Yeah.
Captain Analogy draws a line when it disagrees with him. I don't know, Michael. That's terrible, mate. That's terrible. Wow.
Yep.
Okay, well let's do a different one. All right, let's do a different one. What's the reason why I came home and found my controller on the floor? Right? The best explanation would be that, hey, a gust of wind blew it off. Does that mean that actually happened? That's not a, we can't be certain of that explanation. It doesn't mean that's a good, my wife may have knocked it off. A cat could have come in and anything could have happened. But you're going for this explanation because just you don't have a better one. It's not a good way to find explanations. And you're going to believe that happened until you're proven wrong. No, you should look for things that prove you right. Is there a window open? Do I walk in and there's a strong breeze coming through? Is there, do I notice things moved? So maybe my wife was in the room. That's how we get to an explanation, not, hey, out of all explanations, this one could be right, and I don't see a better one. Let's go with that one.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's the difference between reason to believe or reason to disbelieve. And that's fundamentally the difference between theists and atheists.
Right.
Atheists are saying, you haven't given me a reason to believe. And theists are saying, well, you haven't given me a reason to not believe.
Well, I think it's more like the difference between skeptics and non-skeptics kind of thing, or maybe skeptics and believers kind of stuff. Like skeptics, you won't believe something until there is sufficient evidence. Or if you do believe it, that it has to be something trivial. Yeah. Oh, boy. I can't believe Michael, after using so many analogies, goes, well, I don't like that kind of analogy.
Because it's catastrophic to my case.
Right.
Oh, goodness. Ay. I'm having earring troubles. But Victoria said you have fun streams. Well, thank you. We do try to be entertaining while we get frustrated at people.
I'm glad you can enjoy our suffering. That is what I'm here for. It's the reason I live.
Yes.
That's not how we do science. That's not how we do history. That's not how we do philosophy.
Maybe for a murder trial, but it's not that way for all trials. There's also to a preponderance of the evidence.
That's true. That's kind of what I'm getting at. I'm putting it in the same terms of sort of historical narrative. I believe Hannibal crossed the Alps with elephants because the evidence supports it. I don't believe that Hannibal used spaceships because there's no evidence to suggest it. So it's again, I'm just going with what the evidence suggests.
Except that every word that you just uttered is something that we know to be real that is a potential explanation. God is not.
Why?
We don't know God to be, we know elephants are real.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know the same about God. You can't show me a God.
Okay, that's
all you can do is, and this is why you're not arguing for a specific God or presenting evidence for a God. You're arguing that there needs to be some explanation for the universe. So there needs to be some explanation for consciousness. You literally said, God, you are merely defining as that which is sufficient as an explanation for whichever of those arguments.
God is just a title. I've given evidence there is a mind behind the universe, and I said, well, this fits the description. I can call it God. If you don't like that title, I don't care. That's your prerogative.
Okay.
Again, going back to what the thing is, it says you don't know what we would call God. This seems like, or we don't have any evidence for God. This seems like circular reasoning. If I give evidence, you're like, well, that can't be demonstrated. Therefore,
No, it's circular the other way, Michael. You're trying to define a thing into existence and then just slapping the label God on it and then saying, oh, look, there's God. Because it's a fucking tautology when you do that.
Yeah. And it sort of devalues your idea of God. Like, if God is just whatever you're giving as the cause of the universe, then what does God mean at that point? But you're saying that it's a mind, and I see no reason why it's a mind. I don't get this.
Because it must be. Because I said so.
Maybe.
There's no evidence for God. It just seems like we're going in a constant circle here. No matter what I present, it could never be evidence for God because you just assert constantly, as I've seen on your show, God can't be demonstrated. And I don't even know what that means.
So first thing to do is to define God and state what characteristics, and then provide the evidence for it. And if all you're going to do is say God is the title that I give to the thing that explains the universe, okay, I'm completely disinterested.
Yeah,
I don't care if
yeah,
you
he's
say-
right.
I know.
Yeah, like you could
Yeah.
just as well say, "Oh, like that one Muslim apologist versus cosmic skeptic was like, do you believe in the Big Bang?" And you know, Alex said, "Well, yeah," and he goes, "Well, that's what I call God. Therefore, there is God. Therefore, I win."
Which is just, it's nonsensical at that point. You've just devalued your God to nothing. Like, you know, it's just an event that happened. Like, you know, this is the thing, and this is where religion shoots itself in the foot when it goes down these things. And I think Isa, who's a Muslim, sort of pointed this out. When you're just calling God natural events, you're devaluing the religion, because you're just sort of, you know, calling whatever, like, why worship? If all it is that God is just the cause of the universe, that why worship that thing? Why care about it at all? You know, it's like on this channel when I said, you know, aliens could have created humans, possibly. You know, I don't know. I don't think so. There's no evidence for that. There's absolutely no evidence. So I do not believe that. I just want to make that clear, because people have misinterpreted that for. I don't believe aliens created humans, but they could have. And then the guy goes, "Well, that's God then." And I'm like, well, if you want to call aliens from Andromeda God, then that's up to you. But that's not my definition of God. And that really devalues, you know, like, why should we worship aliens from Andromeda? I don't know why that should be the case. It's very strange the way they're sort of claiming this omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, conscious, omnipotent, conscious being of pure will and goodness, and then basically going, but it's whatever did this.
Yep. Forget all the other things.
Yeah.
You know, if aliens from Andromeda turn out to be, well, okay, that's God. That's God then. It does remind me. I've mentioned before, like, I've had the idea, other people have had the idea. There's probably already sci-fi stories about it floating around, and I just haven't seen them yet. That what if all the ancient gods, like Odin and Zeus and all those guys, they were aliens. They were here on Earth ruling humans,
Right.
and then, you know, at some point, you know, a few thousand years ago, they went, "Oh,
Starting
we're
to
late
sound
for
like
dinner."
Mormonism. Starting to
Yeah.
sound like Mormonism. Like, seriously.
Or Scientology even. Like, they all got in a
Maybe,
spaceship
yeah.
and went home.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
true.
it's an oof. I see Doc Dino has appeared after
Good to
self-flagellation
see you.
versus T-Rock. And yeah, a
Oh.
quick reminder, Doc Dino is still raising funds to go on an expedition to find more dino bones at the Bighorn deposit. He did a fundraising stream yesterday. Was very cool. That's on his channel if you want to check it out. And Dr. Tap has helpfully linked the GoFundMe if you want to help support those efforts. They're also in the description on all of my videos since I learned about the fundraiser. There's a lot of things in my descriptions.
Yeah, a lot of things going on.
Yeah. And, you know, helping to do the science is one of the things that we care very much about here at the Better Than Ember channel. Yeah, you're most welcome, Doc. I've been doing random shout outs all night, but yeah, it's good stuff.
But here's the thing. That God is as useless as not knowing the answer. It has no impact on anything that we believe, nothing we do. It cannot get you to a particular God or how you must live your life or anything like that. It is just it is a tautology. The universe has an explanation. I'm going to call that explanation God.
I don't really care about uselessness. This is the same argument that university directors use against people.
He doesn't care if it's useless?
Right.
Like, why believe it then?
Close
Why
down the churches,
bother?
everybody. It's
Yeah.
useless. Close down the churches. You know, your salvation is not guaranteed by anything. It's just whatever created the universe. You know, let pack it in. Religion's done. See ya.
Yeah. We'll have to do our bake sales for you know, public schools now or something.
Yeah. For education.
goodness.
That's,
Yeah. Why? Who mourns for Adonis? Why believe in something useless? And also, super chat from Friend Love Bond. Thank you so much. Sends $2 and says, for the science, but cheap because I'm kind of poor. I relate. I feel that very much. On the rare occasion I end up sending a super chat, it's usually $2, also because I'm very poor. But I do appreciate it.
I was over on Oz's channel, and you could send sort of super chats to suggest what they would play, and I spent it was wrong. Like, it was too tempting. But I totally money's worth because they sort of would review the song that you sent in, and I have some weird taste in music. But yeah, big shout out to Oz and Jenna and the gang.
Hell yeah. Yeah,
The
it's
Tang
really
gang.
cool. They're on random time. Well, not random. It's usually overnight, but sometimes when I get up early in the morning for work, they're still going. And sometimes it's music, and sometimes it's random.
Well, it
debates
just
and
fits in with my time zone kind of thing. Yeah.
yeah. It's good stuff. Did you request I come from?
No. It would have been the next thing if I had the money for it.
Yeah, two on the nose. And here's another Eric who also has to deal with it when we cover Hovind the Lesser.
Hovind the Lesser.
Oh my. Jester Lord of Fools.
Come on.
Member chat?
Hovind is Hovind the Lesser,
months.
let's face it.
It's true. They both kind of are. Appreciate that, Jester. And says, pizza slice, I may be useless, but I'm so fun, so believe in me. Okay. Jester, you are not useless. As we established yesterday, you are an agent of chaos. And chaos has its role, because within chaos, at some point, there is inevitably a pocket of order. Just like within order, there is inevitably a pocket of chaos.
And I just have to add, there's a lot more evidence for your existence, Jester, than there is for God's.
True. God has yet to send me a membership.
Yes. God has not yet hit the chat, and Jester has, so over the least. Oh dear.
Upgrades for everyone tonight.
Wow.
People studying quantum mechanics, so they were like, how useful is this going to be for us in the future?
I'm not arguing from utility I'm saying that it's a tautology to label God as that which is responsible for the universe, and then to argue that the universe needs something to be responsible for it in order to do that makes it a tautology. You have provided nothing new. There's nothing explanatory. You have simply said the universe needs an explanation, consciousness needs an explanation, God is the label for that which explains.
Once again, I did not ever utter those phrases. I said, given the evidence, this is the most probable explanation. If there was evidence that the universe just existed eternally, I wouldn't have to do that.
What properties does God have?
What properties does God? I listed it in the beginning. Do you want to put the slide back up? All I said was it is a immaterial, necessary mind behind the universe.
Okay, how do you determine it's necessary, and how do you determine it's a mind?
There
First
we go.
of all, I gave evidence for it being a mind.
That's the difference. That's the thing is, you gave a definition of a God that specifically limits it to the thing that you're trying to explain.
But you are assuming that I didn't come up with that definition prior to looking at the evidence. The definition was based on the evidence I presented in my arguments. I simply put it up forward so you understand what I was going to argue the evidence leads to.
This gets us to where the Kalam goes wrong.
I absolutely should have said Jester Lord of Pizzas. That would have been really great.
That would have been good. Yeah.
Maya sends a $2 super chat. Thank you. Praise be to Maya. And if you didn't notice in the side chat, Bad Sign Sunday does happen tomorrow, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, and apparently there's going to be magnets, and that should be pretty neat. Maya says, "Viva la science-loving poor people." Yes, that's all of us, I think. Well, maybe not all of us, but I mean, none of us are apologist rich. If only. If we could just sell our damn integrity. Ugh.
Everything that begins to exist has an explanation for its existence. The universe, or as a cause for its existence. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause for its existence. That is the full and total Kalam cosmological argument. At no point in there does it say what the cause is at all. It is only people saying, we're going to call that cause God. God is not even a premise within the Kalam cosmological argument. God is not a premise, as far as I can tell, in any of your arguments. It is, the universe requires a mind, this requires a mind, this this reduces down to where it requires a mind, which is something that I don't necessarily accept we've gotten to. But even if it does, now all of a sudden, God is that mind.
Okay, so you're just upset with the title then?
Yes, because here's the thing. I live in a world.
How does he not get that it's a tautology?
Yeah.
Even if you
I don't
did demonstrate a necessary mind, calling that mind God and then saying, my God exists because I've decided to call the thing I want it to be,
Yeah.
it's a big fucking circle. Aye. Like his name is Inspiring Philosophy. And he doesn't fully understand quantum physics, but he's smart enough that he should be able to understand one of the 101 level fallacies, I should think. But I guess because his circle is bigger than the average circle, he doesn't see the full thing of it, and therefore, because he doesn't see it, it's not fallacious?
I don't know.
It boggles the mind. I get it. We all have blind spots. I have blind spots. At one point, Leophilius had to correct me when I said electrons travel at the speed of light. Like, we all fuck things up. We all have blind spots. It's fine.
Yeah.
But, like, for fuck's sake, your name is Inspiring Philosophy. And this is 101 level shit about philosophy. All right.
Maybe that's
Where
how
the
he
overwhelming-
inspires it. He's
What's
just
that?
wrong about it. So maybe that's how he inspires it. He's just wrong about, things. And so people go in to find out more out of frustration. That's a bit mean.
Maybe he's trolling. But
Whoa,
also,
Eric.
yeah.
Big.
50 Emberships. Holy shit. That actually
go.
that may open up a new emoji slot. I don't know. I'd have to actually go check. I know we were way down over the last few months because it's no big secret that when I started to transition, half the people just left this channel because they're like, nope. So yeah, we've been a long way from getting a new emoji slot for a long time, but fuck 50. I appreciate the hell out of that, and there's a whole lot of people being gifted members. I feel if I were dapper and I drank for memberships, I would like die of alcohol poisoning right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't
But yeah,
advise it.
Yeah, that's fucking amazing. I have never seen that happen, and I don't know how to react to it, but I do appreciate it very much. Let's see. HG, Yumper, Delicious Danish, Speed Romans, Sybil Sanity, Jake Liggett, The Trusty Ape, Ryan Donovan, Mr. Fear, Binge Thinker, Matt Johnson, Kalakasha, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, you missed one. You missed Soul Watcher Paranormal.
Oh, okay. Yep, there it is. Soul Watcher Paranormal.
Yep. Sorry.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, Lord Dissident, Bittersweet Dragon, Wim VDB, Tiny Pink Penguin, Roger Shrum, Booyah Magazine, Fertilizer Happens, Heather Hopper, Mr. Water, Steve, damn it, Steve, Stones, Bones, and Collectibles, Bic Clarity, Carlton Martin. That's a mouthful. That's very impressive. Master Blaster 80, Crook Report, Grand Theft Autobot, Cosmic Kyle, Cole S, Katie Cat, Katie G, Michael Granado.
Hey, Michael.
Yeah. It's nice when people that we've interacted with in the community come up. It's really cool. Smashing the Patriarchy, Cool Cat's Return, Bambalo Lee, Mackie Ent, Adam Jason Unpasteurized, Angela Morales, Aoda Mac Ardegal. That I cannot. I know
good
that's
enough.
Scottish, but I can't. My throat doesn't do that. And oh shit! It just my chat just jumped.
Skirmish, Sapra Ord, Independent Thinker, Sven Garudo-san, Rusty Longshanks, Hunter King 87, Elijah Hatfield, Vampire Bot. Mine just flicked as well. You got it really.
I know
Is that it?
there's
Did we
so
get
much going
everybody?
on. Yeah, I think that may be everybody.
Yeah.
Possibly,
Okay, excellent.
hopefully.
Excellent.
And
Thank you so much, Harry.
yeah, I appreciate the hell out of that, and I also really enjoy that. Shoot, I don't think it's showing. There it is. That apparently, in in place of tunicates, we're getting eyeballs.
Nice.
For anybody who doesn't know, on Dapper streams, when there's like sprees of gifted memberships, people post tunicates in the chat, but we don't have tunicates here, so we're going with eyeballs, and I dig it. I'm here for it. Wow, that's crazy. I do not know how transition values stack up versus Planar Walk or Bree. I imagine
Makes
it's
me
different
sad.
for everybody.
It's not like people change into a different person. That's the thing. Like, it's not like they're still the same person. Makes I don't know why. It's very strange.
Yeah, I think it's what they're there for. I don't know, but I honestly, it's a necessary thing, and they may be otherwise perfectly fine people, possibly. I mean, it's hard to think of a person who's actively transphobic as also perfectly fine, but I don't know. Like, if they're not here for that, or to learn about that, or to have their preconceptions challenged, they're probably in the wrong place. Anywhere in the skeptic community,
Well, that's
really.
true.
But
Yeah.
I mean, there are atheists out there who are very much not skeptical, and they disbelieve, but they want to live in their own bubble separately. I just don't know. I don't know. I could speculate, but I don't know. I should do an exit survey when people unsubscribe.
Really, I'm not sure if they're not going to stay for the content. I'm not sure they'd stay for a survey, to be honest.
No, probably not. No problem. It's true. Yeah. But yeah, I appreciate the hell out of you people. Y'all are awesome. You make being on YouTube worth the struggle, and the recording and the editing and the weird hours. Like, we were almost late for an entirely different reason, because long story short, and believe me, I am shortening this, because the car blew up. I had plans with the kids today. I ended up having to get a rental car to go do that, and I was cutting it so close. I had to drop the kids off, come back home, change out of my cosplay from the convention in order to go return the rental. And then, because I dropped off the rental, I had to walk back home and then change clothes again for the, what I'm wearing now. And like, I messaged Mark an hour before the show. I'm like, I may be late. I did make it, but holy crap. It's a lot sometimes to continue to do the YouTubes, but it's where you people are, and it makes me happy when I'm around y'all. Yay, emojis. All right, that's my mushiness for the moment. Let's see if we can get these guys through their end of their exchange. Well, as per usual, we'll probably skip the Q&A because they go on for quite a while. But we'll see if we can get to the end of their actual arguments.
The majority of people, currently and throughout history, have believed in a variety of different gods. And they use the label, and it carries with it some baggage. And whenever we want to have a discussion or debate about whether or not this is a reasonable thing to accept, they toss out all the baggage and then just make God this, the God of classical theism, or the nondescript, that God is the first cause. And I'm not saying anything else about his properties. I'm not saying whether or not he is, has any desires for people or cares who you sleep with or whatever else. It's just this. And so in a sense, it is, and in every circumstance, it is, here's a mystery. It needs to have some explanation. I'm going to call that God, and I'm going to tell you nothing else about God other than that is the label I'm putting on the explanation, which tells us nothing. There's no edification there. It is not anything that you could even build a religion off of. It's not consistent with what the overwhelming majority of people, if I go out and poll people of all religions, not just Christianity, what's God? Are they going to come up with God is the mind that is responsible for the fact that there's a mind?
Well, first of all, 3 things. Appeal to consequence, I don't really care. Second thing, I don't really care what people in the streets are going to say. That's kind of an ad populum fallacy. And once again, this is step 1. I never said I'm just going to stop here. I think there are better reasons to keep moving forward. But if we can't get past this step, I mean, what's the point of going forward? And if you're just upset about the title, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's just a title. Now, once again, I agree with you. We don't get very far with this in terms of how it affects our lives. But again, quantum mechanics, when it was first discovered, didn't really affect people. They had research problems because they're like, how is this really going to help us in the future?
Quantum mechanics. Okay, so we mentioned this last week. Quantum mechanics, people get all worked up about, quantum wibbly wobbly wave function, etc. It fundamentally, it just goes back down to the idea that we came to understand in the late 19th century that stars cannot put out infinite energy, because if they did, it would fry everything. So it has to be a finite amount. How the fuck do we measure it? Well, it took us a while to figure out how, but from the theoretical side, we decided that a single unit of photon, what we now call photons, light energy, what we call a photon, it's just one unit. It's the smallest possible unit that can be emitted by whatever part of the star is doing the emitting. We're going to call that a quantum. It is one quantity, a quantum. That's a photon. That's the basis of quantum physics. It's the idea that all the energy things can be quantified. That's all that means. But what it led us to, the breakthroughs that were possible because of that, directly brought us to nuclear fucking weapons. And that definitely affected people's lives. Just as for example.
Well, it turns out it's actually used in cell phones and all sorts of other technologies that actually came about. Once again, if we care about truth and what is actually true about reality, then we look for those things and we don't go, well, how is this going to affect us?
The problem here, and you can dismiss it as Matt's just upset about the title. Yes, I am. And here's why. Because I would agree with you, conscious needs an explanation. What's the justification for calling it God? The universe needs an explanation. What's the justification for calling it God? When we call it God, we are smuggling in all of the baggage in the world that has ever been attributed to God, and then denying that any of this is the case.
Could you define God for me how you would define it then?
So here's the thing. I know of many different definitions of God, and the overwhelming majority of them I am not convinced are real. And so when I interact with people, it's not up to me to define God and say, you didn't prove the God that I want you to prove. It's up for them to say, hey, here's how I'm defining God. Let me make a demonstration that that's there. And if you start by defining God as that which is responsible to serve, that which serves as a foundation for the universe, and there's nothing else there, including the demonstration that this is a thinking agent or that interacts with reality or has done anything or whatever else, then what you've done is just saying God is that which is responsible for the universe. And all you've done is label it. I could agree all day long that there's an explanation for the universe. If the question is, why then call it God? And if what we're going to do is toss out all the other baggage and say, look, I've proved God by saying I'm going to label this the thing that's the explanation for the universe, what have we actually accomplished? For me, dealing with actual real people, not that you're not a real person. I don't want to make that.
I'm not. You're dreaming right now.
I can't prove I'm not. Actually, I kind of can, but I can't. Anyway, it's contextual. If all that had ever happened was somebody said, hey, there needs to be some explanation for the universe or consciousness, and we're going to call it God, I'd be like, okay. Because it's just a word.
You call it Fred. Call it hat. Mm-hmm. It has all the properties of all the things we call hat. I don't.
I mean, we just could call it the Great Origin, and it'd be exactly the same thing.
Yeah,
that's
but
it.
Trying to, it's like when the panpsychists tried to just label the entire universe collectively as God, and since we know the universe exists, therefore God. You haven't proven anything. You just slapped a label on a thing that already exists as like a kind of cheat code to try to win your argument. Like, we know the sun exists, therefore Amun-Ra. Mm-hmm. No, that's not how that works. Just because the thing is there, you have to show the thing. Like
but it's
the
like
other
saying,
thing.
But it's like saying, well, I define the sun as Helios. That's the label that we give to the sun is Helios. But when you say Helios, it comes, and this is because I love Greek myths, it comes with a lot of, like as Matt said, he's correct, it comes with baggage, that Helios was the god of, the sun was a chariot kind of thing. And we know that that's not true. We know that's not true. So you're sort of saying, well, the origin of the universe is God, and ignoring all of the stuff that comes with it. He's absolutely right. Because don't forget that Michael doesn't just believe in a cause of the universe. He believes in a personal deity that is the cause of the universe, that created the universe for us, that sent his son down to earth. And this is what I touched on earlier. Like, he's not going into any of that stuff. Now he has retreated so far to, it's almost like a Mott and Bailey, if you're familiar with that fallacy, that basically you defend like, if you can't defend the Mott, you retreat to the Bailey. And because he can't defend the idea that God is this, the classical God of theism, the omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omniscient creator of the universe that has personal interactions with people and sent his son down to die for our sins to be relieved, he's retreated all the way back to a cause of the universe. Which at that point, why even use the term God? Why not just say the cause of the universe?
Yeah, you don't. It frustrates me in so many different ways.
Yeah.
You can call something whatever you want it. And I don't want to fault you for the failings of countless past apologists by defending a notion that doesn't get to anything. I'm just saying that even if I agree with you on everything, and I have no expertise in quantum mechanics, and I have friends who do, and I've had conversations with them, and there's things I understand and things I don't understand. Overwhelmingly, the ones, at least among my friends, and this is a clearly unfairly biased sample, but they don't agree with the conclusion that you're reaching, and they don't necessarily agree, and none of them would say, hey, it's a good idea for us to conclude that the universe must have an explanation, and then to call it God. It's not that, so words are our playthings. We get to do whatever we want with them. But you also have to be cognizant of the baggage that's out there. And if the overwhelming majority of people throughout history have had a notion of a God as not just the philosophical, or the label that we put on the conclusion of a philosophical argument that the universe must have an explanation, but as the intentional agent, supremely powerful, moral, etc., creator of the universe, governor of our lives, and who has some vested interest in us and what we do and everything else. And I don't know what your, I don't know what your theological position is. I don't know what denomination or religion or...
Just know Ken Hovind would say I'm a heretic, if that helps.
Well, that's okay, because we're both heretics, because
exactly, yeah.
I did this debate on morality recently with Glenn, and of course, one of the first things, Glenn's governor, and one of the first things that happens, somebody comes out and goes, Matt was a heretic when he was a Christian, and he's a heretic now. And I'm like, whatever, because I don't get to define what a true Christian is, or a true Jew, or a true anything. I'm not saying this as I don't know what your theology, I genuinely have no idea what your theologies are, other than that you're you accept evolution.
Sure do.
You are a theist.
Sure am.
And beyond that, I don't know.
Well, I like long walks on the beach, picking flowers, reading poetry.
There's a beach not far from me.
Can I respond to two things you said?
Sure.
So in terms
Well, he's in charge of the time.
Got just less than 10 minutes. We got about 8 minutes.
I want to respond to two things you said. First, in terms of, there's a lot of disagreement in terms of quantum theory. I fully understand that. You didn't bring it up earlier, but I did bring some surveys regarding understanding the consciousness cause collapse interpretation versus others. I'm not going to use them because I don't think you're actually arguing that way, but I understand that. That's why I'm relying primarily on the evidence. In terms of experts disagreeing with me, you're also not making this argument, but I do want to bring it up just to bring their 2012 study called Cognitive Sophistication does not create the biased blind spot. A larger biased blind spot was associated with higher cognitive abilities. They found that more educated, more cognitively sophisticated people actually were developing larger biased blind spots.
I can buy that.
Yeah.
That one tracks. I mean, I haven't seen the study or multiple studies, if that is the case, but that has been something of a truism for the longest time. Like, it's an old saying among skeptics that the smarter a person is, the easier they are to fool, because they're so confident in their own ability to discern what's a trick. But it's much harder to fool a stage magician than it is to fool a physicist. Because a stage magician, his entire profession is tricking people. It's the sleight of hand. No, I don't know. It's more anecdotal, but it rings true.
Mm.
So, I mean, so when people tell me, again, you're not making this argument, but I know other people will. When people say, well, the experts don't agree with you.
It's happening in chat right now. I'm sure I can't even see it.
When experts don't agree with me, I'm like, well.
The physicist immediately sends a member chat. Member for 10 months. Appreciate that. It is way harder to fool a magician. I mean, I haven't done a quantitative study to determine the relative difficulty of fooling the two different groups. It's as far as I can tell, it's purely anecdotal, but it seems to track. I mean, there's Penn and Teller have a whole show, Try to Fool Us. And some people do, because they're really good at the fooling people thing. But still, I've never seen physicists do that. Maybe.
And
they
what's
should.
interesting about that is because I've seen a bit of that show, and some people do the meta thing, like they will set it up so it looks like they're fooling them in a certain way, because there's these known things in magic, and they do it another way while making it look like. So this is the thing, when you think that you can spot being fooled, you can often think, oh, that's the way they're doing it, and they're actually using your expectation of that to do it in a different way. And I think that is wonderful. I think that's beautiful. It's just, absolutely amazing. But those two, Penn and Teller, will be the first to say we're definitely able to be fooled by people. Everybody is able to be fooled. Absolutely.
Yeah. And Booba, that's I don't know why or how that started, but that was just whenever Bree shows up in the room and says buzz, I don't say anything, and I just hit the B graphic. And yeah.
Hi Bree, I really enjoyed your show last night. It was really good. Really, really good.
Well, okay, sure, but I'm trying to go on the evidence. There are experts that do agree with me, and sometimes some of the experts can develop large cognitive blind spots. Let's follow the evidence. The second thing I want to address is you talked about this baggage it could bring. Okay, once again, I'm going to repeat myself, and then I'll let you talk after this, but it's appeal to consequence. There is some baggage, sure, but that seems to be more of a...
It's not appeal to consequence, because I'm not saying you're wrong.
Okay. I'll retract that then if you're not saying that. Sure, there is baggage that comes with that, but there's baggage that comes with a lot of things. I mean, the theory of evolution, I deal with young Earth creationists who are making very similar arguments that if you start preaching evolution, that's going to be the Nietzschean ideas that are start getting put in there and all this. And I'm like, listen, it's not about how it might affect us. We should try to be on the side of truth regardless. If you don't like my label, call it whatever you want. Magical, pixie, creating universes, however you use. I don't care. I'm talking about a mind behind the universe. Fits the description of God pretty well. You don't like that label? Don't care. That's not really what I'm arguing for.
I get it. And I don't know how much contention there is here, except that it's a bit like saying, I'm going to call it a peanut butter sandwich. Because peanut butter sandwich does have some usage, and so it's spawning confusion. And so it'd almost be better to give it a new label, one that is not carrying baggage, to say, I'm not going to make one up now because my brain's not working.
Can I make up one?
Sure.
Universal mind. Behind the universal way function, universal mind.
Except that mind has some baggage as well, that asserts and limits what the possible...
Everything has baggage, by the way.
No. But that limit...
No, there is more to that. Like, we all often
universal
say,
cause. Universal cause.
Yeah, you don't need to add the mind thing. It's an extra thing, and then you have that problem of how do you demonstrate a mind without a support mechanism? Like, even if mind was a magical spectral thing from another dimension, it still seems to require a brain to work. It needs that antenna. Even if it is an antenna, it needs the antenna, which is why we don't have, miracles caused by people who have died, who ostensibly still have minds and the connection to the world, because you need the brain to create that interface so you can control a body and actually affect the world. So even if there were a universal mind, without a body to exert its will through, how does that help? Unless you can demonstrate that's not necessary.
I love what Bree just said. She said, just call it the Force, cowards. Your lack of faith disturbs me.
Yes, yes. A related note. Actually, I meant to tell you, Mark. I probably would have
Yeah.
gotten around to messaging at some point, but I have
Yeah, sure.
a wedding next weekend. It's a Star Wars wedding,
Ooh.
May the 4th. It's way the fuck
Ooh.
up north. Next
Hmm.
weekend, the debate show will be back on Mark's channel, but I may still be driving home when the show starts. Now, I can
Okay.
participate because when Mark is hosting, I only have to talk, so I can do it through my phone until I get back
Yeah.
home and can actually punch on my computer. But I may be on my phone when the show starts. We'll see how it goes. Because, Star Wars, you gotta.
It's like once upon a time there was a thing on CNN where they had two Christians and a Jew standing there, and the banner behind was, "Why do atheists inspire such hatred?" And so, first of all, there's no atheist there to address this. But also, the question is poisoned because it assumes that atheists inspire hatred rather than why is their hatred directed at atheists. So, getting the question wrong is a big problem, and it's a big deal for me. And while I know that what you were attempting to do was to show that it is more probable that there is a mind behind it, I have various reasons that I don't accept that we reached that. But by saying it's a mind, we're narrowing the options. Because what if we find out that it's not a mind? So now we're just at, there must be an explanation for consciousness, and we can call it something. We should invent a completely new word, blargadoob. Blargadoob is the explanation for consciousness. And now if it turns out that in fact there is a mind behind it, whether or not that mind qualifies as a god, cool. If it turns out there is a god behind it, cool. Blargadoob is now co-equal to God. But by injecting that baggage into the label for the unknown, we are narrowing the options of what we can do, of what we can explore.
So I completely see where you're coming from. I'm not going to agree. Because at the end of the day, I don't care about baggage. I'm going to say the theory of evolution is true regardless of how much young Earth creations go get gas back.
That's not what I'm arguing.
Well, then I don't understand what you're arguing. Because at this point, we're not even talking
I'm
about
arguing.
evidence, we're
I'm
talking
arguing
labels.
about clarity and as opposed to confusion. Just the other day, yesterday, as a matter of fact, I was told that I was an idiot because in this debate that I recently had about morality, I pointed out that humans don't have any intrinsic value because nothing has intrinsic value, and they didn't make a distinction between intrinsic and inherent, which would have cleared things up a little bit and allowed me to do this. But instead, when I said it's we who imbue things with value and we value things and go down that road, and so I make all these attestations, and the people who were in the room with me then went on Twitter and said, it's a shame that Matt will not, affirm with other humanists that we should treat people as if they have, with respect, as if they have value. And I'm like, I absolutely affirm that. I've repeatedly affirmed that. I will treat people as if they have value, whether they have value or not. This is the same thing we're talking about here. I'm not saying like the people who are like, oh, you're supporting evolution and that could lead to this and this and this. I'm not doing that. I'm saying that there is a God label and a mind label that by applying those as the label for the explanation, we have unnecessarily limited the scope of the explanation by giving it properties before we can necessarily affirm that it has those properties.
Yeah, like we haven't detected the property. We haven't determined the properties based on what we've observed. We're preemptively ascribing those properties. Now, to build on what Matt was saying and kind of play off the alien thing from earlier, it could very well be if the universe were a simulation, then there is a mind behind the universe. It's not interacting with the universe because it's the programmer who programmed the simulation. Again, assuming there's only one, which on a large scale simulation is very rarely the case.
Unlikely,
but whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a cause behind the universe, and it does have a mind, but does that make it a god? Because if you go to that universe up, if you figure out a way out of the simulation, it's just some guy. It's just Jim Burrows,
All you have, and I've sort of mentioned this, is it just seems to be at that point a problem of scope. So if I set up an aquarium, I'm God to that fish, but I'm not God. You know what I mean? Like all I am is a larger and more complicated organism that happens to have more power over the fish than it has over me. It doesn't mean I'm a god. Like if I breed that fish up from an egg, like at that point, if all you're saying is that a sort of more complex creature is God, then at that point, like it's just a matter of scope. And I still don't get why we should worship it, because the fish definitely shouldn't worship me.
I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt the fish to do it. Maybe it'll get extra treats if it does that. I don't know. It makes me think of another book. I know I'm the worst. The current books I'm reading are called the Transhuman series, Eve 14 by J.S. Morin. I've mentioned J.S. Morin before. He wrote the Black Ocean multiple series, which were a continuation on, well, inspired by Firefly. It's better than Firefly, I think, because there's magic in this universe, but whatever. E14 is a separate thing. The TLDR is aliens came, destroyed the Earth, but not before humans figured out how to transfer consciousness into robots. But we don't want to just clone the same human consciousness over and over. So they only had 27 human consciousnesses in the computer. So they came up with a way to mix them so that every new robot is a distinct personality because it's a different mix of the different scientist recordings and whatnot.
Yep.
And there was one robot who was in charge of making new robots. He was the master of the mix. And when he spun out this one particular robot personality, that robot woke up and said, "Am I dead? Are you God?" And the robot who was doing the mixes went, "As far as you're concerned, yes."
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm your creator, and in a way, you are dead.
Hmm? Or not alive, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Everything reminds me of books. My nature.
Okay. I mean, it's a good thought exercise. At that point, why isn't that robot God, and what does that do to God? You know what I mean? Like, if that qualifies as God, then God could be anything from, an omnipotent being in control of everything to an unalive process that has no mind whatsoever.
Yeah,
You've
it
just
very easily could have
devalued.
been an automated
Yeah.
algorithm just churning out personality mixes.
And then you've devalued your God to potentially being absolutely mundane. Congratulations, I guess.
Yeah. The power to create makes one more of a god than any god that's ever been demonstrated. So there's that. There's a cost, though. Nothing ever gets created that doesn't also destroy something else. Can't build a chair without chopping up the wood that the chair is made from, for example.
Well, I kind of, I mean, you can sort of go into, and it's a much too long conversation, so I probably shouldn't get it, but just quickly, things don't begin and end. They just change state. There is no sort of, so when we say we create something, it's more an abstract, sort of concept rather than something actually being created. Like, we just change things from one state to another state. We don't actually, it's not like that chair wasn't wood before. It just has changed state from, a tree to being chopped down to being assembled into something else.
Yeah,
At
it's a
what point does it?
manipulation of the emergent properties.
Yeah, basically, yeah, absolutely. No, I do agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, and to relate that to Michael's point, well, Michael's position, I suppose, is since
Mm.
everything that begins to exist doesn't actually begin to exist. It's just a change from what was before. All the components already existed. Why should the universe as a whole be any different?
Don't know.
Yeah.
So my argument is that simply that limiting the scope to me is not a big deal for the simple reason that the future holds numerous possibilities. We've limited ourselves in the past before. It happens. We expand and get out of that.
But why do it?
Because that's what we do.
If there's 10 possible answers, and you say limiting the scope to 2 is not a big deal for me. If we don't know, then what we should do is not limit the
I'm
possible
saying
answers.
we have
Yeah.
good enough reason to not know, but infer that these, if you want to update me later, let's do it. I'm perfectly willing to change my mind. Now, let me clarify that. I understand the studies I've cited on.
He is not perfectly willing to change his
I'm
mind.
perfectly willing to change my mind. Well, wait, hold on. Back up a second. I don't want to say that too flippantly because I might be held to it. Come on, Michael. Come on, buddy.
Bias means that's going to be hard and not easy to do, and I don't buy that crap that we just believe we have to believe whatever, or we can't change our beliefs because I've been reading a lot of studies on that lately. But regardless of that, we should follow the evidence where it leads.
I agree, but if we're limiting our scope by predefining properties of the thing, we don't get to pay attention to certain things. Somebody called into the show one time and said, if God didn't create the universe, who did? Now, who did is a poisoned question that limits the scope so that the only potential answers are whose.
Well, I'm not doing that.
Yes, you are.
I'm not saying
Oh,
who
sorry.
did.
That's okay.
I'm saying,
that's
look,
the whole
there are-
point.
Matt getting all violent up in here.
Yeah, yeah,
Smashing James's laptop.
Get angry, hit James's computer. Sure, why not? Like
He's got to hang up on him somehow.
Look, and I don't know. James is a really nice guy as well. I've met James many times. He's a very nice guy. Don't agree with him on a lot of things, but you know, he's a very nice person to talk with and everything.
Yeah, I think Icarus touches on another important factor. If there's no master, whose slave shall I be? It's it.
Yeah,
Drive to escape from the burden of freedom. Which is really ironic when you really follow down some of the trails here in the skeptic base of things. Like for example, it seems unlikely at this point, based on what we know right now, that free will even exists. So are we even free?
I don't know. That's one I struggle with free. I don't know. There seems to be a lot of compelling evidence for free will and a lot of compelling evidence against it. That one I sort of I lean towards compatibilism, but I don't know.
Yeah, we don't have a solid answer at this point. I don't know that it really matters, though, because we have to live our lives in such a way as if we did, because otherwise it leads to suffering, and we don't like the suffering. Our programming says that's bad. Free will, only pay shipping and handling. Oh, my goodness.
Plenty of possibilities.
If God isn't the mind behind the universe, what mind is behind the universe? You're doing exactly that because you become convinced that we should narrow it to a mind. And I'm saying that I'm not convinced that that's the case. Why limit it?
Once again, I'm saying we infer a mind because of the evidence. If you have evidence that it is not a mind, some sort of eternal universe model, a multiverse,
that's shifting the burden of proof.
I'm not saying that you have to give that burden. I'm just talking about hypothetical.
You did earlier.
Talking about hypothetical now. So in terms of the hypothetical, I'm not saying that it has to be a who. I'm saying the evidence implies that it probably is a mind, and therefore I can say a who. If it is not, then I would have a conversation with someone who may hold to eternal universe models, many worlds interpretations, and maybe a behavioralist view of consciousness. Sure, we have that conversation. But until then, I'm just going to say that this is the best explanation, given the data. And from here, I don't know what else to say. I know I'm not going to convince you. I have conversations with people all the time on evolution who are not going to be convinced. What am I supposed to do at that point? Just keep following the evidence, and that's what I'm going to keep doing.
Cool.
With that, we are at about 30 seconds left, so it's a natural stopping point if you guys are ready to go into closing.
I have one more thing to say. You're not an idiot. You're adorable.
There you go. Bit of love on the debate stage. See, and like full congratulations. This was not a horrible debate. It was a good debate. Like, it wasn't a people yelling at one another and stuff, and they're really opposed, and that's okay. You can still have a good conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can passionately disagree about topics, and they can both think the other is absolutely, completely wrong about these things, and yet they could still compartmentalize that and not decide the other is a bad person. Like I said at the beginning of this over on Mark's channel, IP, he has his pluses and minuses, and he does have some minuses. His beliefs entail some crazy fucking shit, but he made it a point to make a video saying that he's not a Christian nationalist. Christian nationalists are not Christian, fundamentally.
Mm-hmm.
And while it's like the least he could do, the truth of it is he didn't have to do that. He could have just let the Christian nationalists keep watching his channel. So
and I feel the same about Bread of Life, Rebecca, who came out in support of LGBTQI community. She didn't have to do that. She didn't have to support the trans community. She didn't have to do any of that. She did. And I appreciate that. I think it's good. And I disagree with her vehemently on a whole bunch of stuff, but credit where credit is due. We can't just say, hey, all of these people are terrible and bad and, you know, they're awful people. No, a lot of them are very, very decent people. It's just a shame that a lot of the times those beliefs lead to Christian nationalism, for instance. Just yeah.
This was indeed a terrible flat debate.
Are you in the right room, Boomer? I'm
Oh my
worried.
goodness. Nobody
I'm worried
even said Globehead once.
Yes, they'll be debating the ice wall in 2 seconds.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, where's Commander? I need some NASA penguins up in here. Oh goodness. Well, I reckon, yeah, there is something to be said for being called adorable as condescending, but it doesn't. It looks like he meant it in a joking way. I can't say for sure, but
absolutely. But you know, maybe he's had too much to drink as well, and is feeling a bit. Maybe that's the kind of person he is. Has a few drinks, and I must admit, like in my early days when I used to drink, I used to tell everybody I loved them and wandered around like I was such a, you know, some people get lovey-dovey when they're drunk, so maybe he is. Who knows?
it could be. I mean, that bottle's gone
Hitting
down
on
a
him,
bit over the course of the show.
Yeah, perhaps. Come on, he's hitting on him. He's just
Yeah, maybe.
Why not?
Maybe. Who's I actually don't know what Mr. Jones's orientation is, so maybe.
It's not really important, but yeah.
No, it's really not. I was talking with the kids as we were driving, because my youngest tells me that there's a number of various members of LGBT in the school now, and like no one cares.
That's
just,
good.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's fantastic to hear.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's only a matter of time till we reach the point where people don't even have to come out of the closet, because it will matter so much not, you know?
I totally agree. And like, it's like when you're working with somebody and they say, "Oh, I'm actually gay." You know, I've been in this situation working in corporate and sort of a corporate business, and somebody says, "Oh, I'm actually gay," and it's like, well, thanks for sharing. It doesn't matter to me. You know, I do not evaluate my peers and colleagues in a job on their, you know, why should that matter in the slightest? But you know, I thank them for sharing, because that is sharing personal information that you don't have to share. It's nice that you feel comfortable with me saying that, but it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, you're the same person as you were before I knew that, so it doesn't need to change anything. Eric, thanks for stopping by.
Good night,
Glad
mate.
you enjoyed, and thank you again. The 50 memberships is freaking crazy, and I appreciate that a lot. It's now a possibility that we might unlock another emoji at some point. I did check in the middle here. We're now 21 away, but that's like a reachable goal, you know?
Right. But if that does happen, you have got to vote on the emoji, Eric. I feel like if you don't get a vote, no one should, quite frankly.
For real, like, I represent this entire voting block.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you should have votes assigned by how many Emberships they've given away.
Yeah, my goodness. Oh, I mean, well, there's worse ways to do capitalism, I suppose. Yeah. All right, I reckon we're done with these guys, because it sounds like James is getting ready to go into the Q&A.
Yeah.
So yeah, what are your overall thoughts? Are you convinced to be a divine theist now?
No, and I certainly wouldn't be convinced to be a Christian, which is really where Michael's going. I think it's sort of, I think you know, it's kind of unmoved and fits within Michael's paradigm that sort of say, well, I guess it's possible that there's a mind behind the universe, and it sort of, you know, observes everything and does all of this kind of stuff. But I don't see why it should be possible or even plausible. I don't see why it should be more likely than a non-mind that has caused the universe. I don't understand that. I think the quantum physics was dodgy at best. He even admitted that he's only giving one side of the quantum physics arguments out there, and there are people that disagree in the field. So it's not a consensus, this sort of idea of a mind causes quantum waveform collapse. It's certainly not consensus. So I kind of found him adding that on at the end is kind of like, well, you're not actually following the science, you're following the cherry-picked science that you want to believe, kind of thing. So yeah, I found it like very iffy on that level. I think he really misunderstood a lot of the stuff that came out of quantum physics, like the way that he said, oh, quantum entanglement violates the speed of light, when absolutely it doesn't. So sort of from stuff like that, I know that he isn't that familiar with quantum physics. Not that I'm an expert, of course, but even I know that entanglement doesn't violate the speed of light. It doesn't at all in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's just a misunderstanding.
You can argue that information travels faster than the speed of light, but the word, as we've talked, words doing heavy lifting, is travels there, because nothing actually travels. It's just that the idea that information travels because the particles, or the quarks rather, change in the opposite way of the other one. It isn't traveling, and the information isn't actually traveling. So yeah, there's a lot of misunderstandings there. And I thought Matt did a fantastic job and sort of really broke it down. And I could sort of tell he wasn't comfortable with the quantum physics, because unless you're a quantum physicist, nobody's comfortable with quantum physics. It's all very hard to understand. It's one of those subjects, So I think that Michael used a lot of what I would probably wouldn't call it pseudoscience, but definitely not a firm grasp of the sort of science. I think he was adding a lot into it and making a lot of his own conclusions, and unfortunately he's representing it as the conclusions of the papers and not his own. So yeah, I find myself unconvinced, and I found that Matt's sort of arguments were a lot easier to understand and way better.
Yeah, he dodged a lot of the quantum stuff. Well, not really dodged, but like pointed out that it's not strictly relevant to the real arguments. It's just window dressing on top of it, and that's very well done. That's a really good technique. Whenever somebody tries to throw out highly technical jargon, as if being highly technical makes it support their point in some way, it doesn't necessarily, and you shouldn't need that, especially if the thing you're arguing for is an omnipresent, everywhere, all powerful.
Yeah.
It should be inescapable. You don't need all that stuff. Jester, Lord of Fools, sends $5. Thank you so much, and says, I've noticed that LGBTQ plus folk enjoy being met with apathy.
For some things, sure.
It depends. It depends. With regards to our LGBTQ plus traits, often, I mean, sometimes it's really nice to be affirmed in whatever it is, like, oh, this thing, it's wonderful about you, whatever. But like when I go to the grocery store, people being apathetic is like the ideal situation. I don't want people staring. I don't want people pointing. I don't want to be murdered in the parking lot. I just want to get my eggs and go home.
Yeah, you don't need people to come up and celebrate you in that moment where you're just trying to live your life. That's fine. I get you.
Yeah, all those various things. It's yeah. But as for the debate itself, yeah, it just when you get rid of all the layers of crap on top, there's just nothing convincing there. It's, I think there should be a mind, therefore there must be. It's more probable, and it's also my God, not any other possible mind. Like, but why though?
A lot of dressing, not much salad, really. And that's not to say, I do want to clarify, I really enjoyed the debate. I really did. I thought it was a fantastic debate.
Yeah, it was really
Yeah,
fun. There was a lot of cool sciencey
yeah,
stuff to talk about. There were a lot of
yeah.
random ideas, and of
A lot of
course,
philosophy. Yeah,
yeah, and of course, the company we have here kept bringing tangents galore, but that's what we do here. But also,
sure.
lots of really fun things. So yeah, I
Mhm.
like that a lot.
Yeah, I'm so glad I was invited over here and we did that. That was so awesome. I loved it. And thanks so much to the chat for. I mean, I must admit, I was sort of in the chat a lot, and I'm sorry if I didn't get to your questions or whatever, but I do have to talk and focus on the debate as well, and I'm trying my best. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think there was a
it's
couple
true.
of things brought up that I sort of backed away from because I wouldn't be able, like, I would be too deep in the source, and I want to thank chat for making me hungry. I'm going to blame all of you. Terrible, terrible chat.
All the
Terrible.
cake and the cook. We can't avoid food stuff.
But
I don't. Although
what
they
I'm
make me
not
hungry a
doing
lot
is,
too.
yeah, cake talk always does. But one thing I'm not doing is blaming the weasel. Okay, he's just a part of chat, so I'm just going to blame chat in general.
He's the collection of weasels is just misunderstood. Booba, it is. I got a Starry Night dress.
Nice,
It goes all the way down.
nice. That's awesome.
My camera
I
only goes so far, but
I used to have a tie that was the Scream. It had the Scream on it. That
ooh,
used to be my favorite tie in the world. Scream by Evard Munch, I think it was. Um, which is the person screaming. And somebody borrowed it and never returned it, and kind of they just sort of took it actually. Anyway,
hmm,
yeah, that was lots of fun. I'm
yeah.
probably gonna go get something to eat though. Thanks, chat.
All right, yeah, yeah, yeah. We should probably wrap up. I noticed a bunch of people had to go to bed, and
Yeah,
and we do have to let Mark eat now and then. Otherwise, he runs out of brain juice, and then maybe he'd become an apologist. Who knows?
maybe.
Probably not, but I don't see that happening. But yeah, so we should do the plugs. So yeah, what really quick, like what have you got coming up this week?
I probably will be doing so Tuesday night Eastern time, Wednesday my time. I'll probably be doing a open room on presuppositional apologetics. What is it? How to deal with it? Arguments that you can put forth against it, and why does it exist in the first place? And sort of invite people in to talk about it. Hopefully, I'll get a presup or two, but I doubt it. They're generally afraid to come into my room. So, we'll see what happens. See what happens. But I've got that, and then I'm doing my gaming channel, which has not a lot of subscribers. But if you do like gaming, I do that, and I actually find a link for that. Maybe might be a good idea. So yeah, it's slowly growing. Has almost nobody watching it, but I have fun, and there's a few people that come in and have fun. So yeah, it's good. It's good.
Hell yeah, yeah. Gaming channels are hard to build. My first channel
Yeah,
was
yeah, I
a
know.
gaming channel, and it's rough
Yeah,
unless you come with a built-in audience. Anyway, but yeah, good stuff.
yeah.
It is for me. There's a premiere tomorrow. Well, not a premiere. Well, maybe it'll be a premiere, but right now it's just coming out. It may become a premiere. Um, Depending on how things go with all the various shit I have to deal with, I may do a live stream leading into Maya's like I often do, or I may make the video a premiere for that. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Totally understandable. Yeah.
There's way too much chaos to say for sure, but um,
When the
next
waveform collapses, you'll know.
yes, it's a quantum waveform. But
It's a
for
quantum wave.
sure, the next
So
time
excellent.
I'll be on the air is transpositions on Thursday nights on its own channel. That's the new show that we do with Bree and Stephanie Helms and Carly Webb, and yeah, it's there's a lot. I have an ad for it. I'll play it at the end of the show.
Well,
I made a little
there
ad.
is a link for the transpositions. So if you do want more of Ember, Definitely check that out.
Yeah, like we do the live show, and then there's clips. There's clips throughout the week. So make sure you subscribe so that if you miss a live stream, you can see the clips of the individual stories and all kinds of cool stuff. So yeah, and then of course next weekend debate reviews back on Mark's channel and good stuff. All right, so wow, I am getting tired because I saw Doc's comment and I was like, Ember's trying to make an efficient factory? What? No. No, Doc is trying to make an efficient factory in Minecraft. I'm not the one to talk to about that. You need my offspring. They know Minecraft.
There you go.
I'm more of a Terraria person. But yeah. Oh hey, look, it's the transpositions.
Oh, there you go.
Alrighty, folks. I'll play the ad before the end card, but that'll do. Thank you all for joining us. Thanks, Mark, for doing the thing and
Don't forget to like
things.
just before you go. Like.
Oh yeah. If
all the
if you
things.
haven't
Push
already,
every button you can push.
all the buttons. Yay. And as always, remember, folks, you don't have to pretend that there's a quantum mind that somehow has not been observed because you are better than religion. Good night. With
Good
all
night.
the noise, pseudoscience, and political rhetoric clogging the airwaves about transgender people, it can be difficult to understand what's really happening and what's really true. Good news, everyone! Welcome to the Transpositions, your compass in the rugged landscape of transgender issues. Here, we strive to be the beacon of authenticity, providing a platform that amplifies the voices and experiences of the transgender community. From breaking news to in-depth features to breaking down the real science, we are committed to fostering understanding, empathy, and empowerment for all individuals across the gender spectrum. Join us as we navigate the complexities, celebrate the triumphs, and advocate for the rights of transgender people worldwide. Together, we can redefine boundaries, challenge stereotypes, and champion inclusivity. Subscribe today. The link is in the description.